good afternoon, councillors, those in attendance, and those who might be listening in abroad. Thank you for taking the time for those that have come in today to express your views and concerns, in which we do acknowledge that this is an appropriate time to do so, and I do sincerely thank you for coming in and doing that. Upon the opening of today's meetings, we do have apologies from Councillor Dawkins, McMahon and our Deputy Mayor. You may be seated. At agenda
Mayor,
item...
I stand to move a notice of motion from the floor. I've made circulation of that notice of motion, which is to express no confidence in Councillor Matthew Garwood, Mayor of Launceston.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
That motion as well, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Well, firstly, before we get through to the process, Councillor Palmer, because this is a notice of motion that is coming from the floor, there are processes and protocols in which this can and can't be accepted. In the way that this has not gone through public presentation. It hasn't been put through the agenda for the public to see. There's been no written consent, and there's also been no advice or recommendation that's been put forward to this. So it is up to the chair as to whether to accept or not accept this notice of motion from Councillor Walker from the floor. And as I will stand here and say, upon reflection of accepting or not accepting that it is my will today to go through my merit acknowledgements, and I will state in which I take full responsibility and I acknowledge the parts that I've had to play in this week's events, the situation that it's led to, and the way in which we have come to today and this notice of motion, which I do appreciate the 2-minute warning there, Councillor Walker. I do appreciate that you did bring that forward. I take responsibility for my part in this role. I understand that it's caused contention, and it's really affected our community. I respect that in the decisions that I've made personally, in my private time, that it has had a negative impact on this council, and I take full ownership of that. I take my position personally, and I take the position of this council that we do not endorse any violence, whether insinuated, whether physical, whether mental, the abuse that has come forward because of this. Again, I take ownership of, and I respect my part in playing that. But our position, and my personal position, is that I do not support that. I condone that behaviour. I have made public statements in saying which, and I'm doing that now in this public forum, to take ownership of that. Not because I've been asked to do it, but because it is a general reflection of my personal values, and I understand how that those values have been tested in the way that this has come forward on social media. I look forward to continuing to be able to move forward with this and to make better choices and to really learn from this, finding that delineation and that differential between my public life and my elected role. Elected as a mayor by the people of this community to represent this community is something that I'm incredibly passionate about. I'm passionate about ensuring that there isn't harm, that there isn't diversion in our community. And again, I will say I take ownership on my part that I have played in what has been put forward for the situation that we have had to deal with. And I have grave concern over what that has done for councillors and for this community. And in saying that, and having pre-read the local government meeting procedure regulations, I will accept this notice of motion from the floor today, and I will respectfully leave the room as it is directly related to myself, and I'll be passing the chair to Councillor Harris, and I'll be leaving the room for you to conduct and to continue what is required so that this city and this council can move forward. So thank you, Councillor Harris, and thank you to councillors. Thank you to those that have come here today to express their views also. It is sincerely appreciated, and I do apologise for the way in which you've had to come out and do that. And just in case I don't get the chance to do as well, Halsey, I just want to apologise for the way also in which I've done some clapping back in some of the ways in which I've responded. I've been personally affected by this as well, and it's not appropriate for me to have done that. And I really respect the way in which you've come here today to be able to voice those concerns. I look forward to picking up where we left off before, and I really do appreciate yourself and everybody for coming and being able to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Missed it.
So we have a notice of motion before us, and I'll perhaps lead it up to, who should read it out? Me? Thank you. Right, just checking on that. So we have a notice of motion for those listening online. Of no confidence in Councillor Matthew Garwood, Mayor of Launceston. I move the Launceston Council has no confidence in Councillor Matthew Garwood for bringing the council into disrepute and failure to lead the community as per Part 7 and 8 of the Local Government Code of Conduct Order 20/2024. Part 7. Relationships with the community, councillors and council employees. A councillor must A. Treat all persons fairly and not cause a reasonable person offence or embarrassment, and not bully or harass a person. 2. A councillor must A. Listen to and respect the views of other councillors in council and committee meetings and all other proceedings of the council. And under Part 8, representation. A councillor must clearly indicate if a view put forward by the councillor is a personal view. 5. A councillor's personal view must not be expressed publicly in such a way as to A. Undermine the decisions of the council, or B. Bring the council into disrepute. 6. A councillor must show respect when expressing personal views publicly. And 7. A councillor's personal conduct must not reflect or have the potential to reflect adversely on the reputation of the council. So that's moved by Councillor Tim Walker, seconded by Councillor Andrew Palmer. I'll ask Tim to speak on that motion. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Acting Chair. It gives me no pleasure whatsoever to move this motion today. I have always supported our popularly elected Mayor, but as is plain from this notice of motion, he no longer has my support. I would caution councillors about reflecting on the events of the past week and a half. That's not what we're here to debate today. Everyone knows the events that have happened and has seen them, and any entering into reflections upon that and aspersions or accusations are not appropriate around this table. I'm asking my fellow councillors to reflect deeply upon the role of Mayor and our role as councillors for the City of Launceston, and to directly look at the Code of Conduct before them and the sections that are relevant, and to make a decision to express no confidence in our Mayor because of his breaching of those regulations. If the Mayor is to receive a no confidence motion, it doesn't mean that he is not Mayor tomorrow. It means that this council and these councillors do not have faith in him at this moment to fulfil his duties responsibly and in accordance with the Code of Conduct. So I don't think I need to say much more in regards to that. As I've said, up until this point, the Mayor has always had my confidence and I've supported him throughout his popularly elected position. All I'm asking today is for councillors to directly reflect upon the consequences of his actions over the past week or inaction, and to make a decision whether they still have confidence in the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Palmer is the seconder. Do you wish to speak?
Thank you very much, Acting Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Walker, for bringing this forward. I too stand alongside Councillor Walker in the no confidence motion brought forward in relation to Mayor Garwood, City of Launceston. The facts are there for everyone to see. There was a post that went up on the 16th of March. The post was still there on the 17th. The post was still there on the 18th. The post was still there on the 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, 24th, 25th, and then the 26th. There was ample time for the post to be taken down. That post has created division within our community. That post has created damage within the community. That post has impacted our fellow councillors. And I can't stand here and say that that is in any way appropriate for the leader of our city. There are two councillors not here today, and they absolutely should be sitting at this table. They are very much respected. They are leaders of our community. And I would ask my fellow councillors to support Councillor Walker and myself in this motion today. You are your own people. You have your right to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Are there any other speakers for or against this motion? Councillor Pentridge.
Having listened to my colleagues, I have to support everything they say. My only concern is that, I think the vote of no confidence should be a clear warning that this can't go on, and that when we represent the community, we represent and each other. There's certain behaviour that's expected of us. Turning around and condemning Matthew for what was a silly mistake. It was a bad choice, but that's really what he did. Bad choices. It's not about right or wrong. It's for him to reflect back, to see the harm that he's caused some of our colleagues, which is disappointing. And I don't think that public life isn't that easy. And I don't think our colleagues deserve for speaking out and representing the community that they serve to be targeted. But nevertheless, there is more to all this. And it started off as an innocent event, simply going to a concert. And if anything's blown out of proportion, this bloody has. So I won't support the no confidence, but I think the message has to be very clear to our mayor. There's going to have to be a fair bit of learning, and this is, my views will be totally different if this happens again. But I don't think I can say much more. I don't want to go bringing religion into it, but I think Jesus did say on the cross, "Forgive them, Father, for they do not know what they're doing." And I don't think this was done in any sort of malice, but there were some pretty poor decisions made after the event, as Councillor Palmer has brought up, and that should have been rectified right from day one, and it wasn't. And for that, guilty as charged. Anyway, I don't have much more to say, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Britton and then Councillor Razay.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I too would just like to stand to say I will be supporting this motion today, but I'd like to say that up until this point, I've always supported our Mayor. I stand by, I believe this was an innocent mistake, and as Councillor Walker has said, I won't be reflecting on any of the decisions or any of the things that necessarily led us here. I believe once this became an issue for the community, certain decisions were made, and I'm not in agreement with those decisions, and thus I will be supporting this no confidence motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Britton. Councillor Professor Razay.
Thank you. I feel saddened and disappointed about recent events and how one social media post can generate so much controversy. There is always argument between whether the mayor, what he's doing is official or it's private. However, the mayor should live by example and does his utmost to represent the community with dignity and respect. I am pained to see how many of our councillors and the council at large have been suffering under enormous stress and mental anguish Councillor Britton, you're right. He probably put it innocently. He didn't probably expect or anticipate the backlash from that post. But also we should understand the importance of expression, regret, empathy, and sorrow, and show understanding for the enormous stress and anguish for people suffering from it. My life experience has taught me how we should be nice to each other, not just to family or friends, but also to our opposition and also people who are not nice to us. We need to show tolerance, forgiveness to each other. The best way to change people for better is being nice to them and incorporate and work with them. If you show anger, then you are more likely to say things that you might regret later. It's also important not to rush to lawyers because they can only prolong the situation and cause more pain and suffering at enormous cost for ratepayer money. I would like also to finish by quoting my mentor, Jesus, if you don't mind. When people surrounded a woman who had been caught in the act of adultery, and they started to accuse her and saying hurtful words with rocks in their hand, Jesus then stood and he said, "However, without any fault, should cast the first stone." Well, all of them despaired, with no one left around her. So he stood and he said, "Nobody judge you, and I won't judge you. So go, but do not commit a sin again." So we should learn from mistakes. People need to be rescued when they have mistakes, and our mayor need to be rescued too. And therefore, I do not support the no confidence motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raso. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. The issue for me today is that two of our colleagues are unable to come to work to carry out the duty that they were empowered and elected to do. And the reason that they're unable to come to work today is because they feel unsafe to do so. That is because over the weekend, their life was threatened through messages received over the internet and through telephone calls and text messages. For me, the conduct of not checking in regularly, not taking the responsibility to look after your fellow team members has been the most disappointing of the whole saga. For me, yesterday, listening to the radio and hearing that the number one concern was for the councillors' welfare who were directly impacted and that of the CEO, knowing that regular contact had not been carried out. In fact, one of the councillors concerned had not even had one reach out from the leader of the organisation, the person in charge of the 12 councillors, was for me the most concerning aspect. It is devastating that one of those councillors today has put in a request for leave for a number of months because they feel they are so impacted by this situation. All of it could have been dealt with on Saturday when a comment could have been released, not by the CEO, but by the Mayor, as was the opportunity provided. And I thank the CEO for putting the words out when others wouldn't. It is also concerning that the two women who are not able to fulfil their roles today have taken on this kind of role where so many other people in our community have needed to reach out to them in order to support them through what has been a terrible time, together with other councillors around the room and the CEO, which I know has been appreciated. Not only the Code of Conduct, but importantly, the Local Government Act dictates that the role of Mayor comes with additional responsibilities, one of which is to be the leader of the elected cohort. And the welfare of the cohort, looking out for the welfare of the cohort, and standing up to defend the cohort and present a tone, as has occurred previously, very quickly, I might add, with other instances, should have been what was undertaken on Saturday, or on Sunday, or on Monday, but it didn't occur at all. That's what was required, and that's the leadership aspect that was missing, to my view.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. I will take the opportunity to just ask a question of the CEO, if I might. Should this motion be successful today, what is the impact of that motion from a procedural point of view in regard to the Mayor's tenure as the Mayor of Launceston?
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Should the motion be successful, it respectfully is a political statement. It doesn't impose any constraints or restraints on the position of Mayor, so therefore the Mayor would not be obligated to resign or stand back any part of his duties.
Thank you. I might ask Councillor Gibson just to take control of the meeting while I perhaps make a statement. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Very difficult. I don't, in my soul, don't want to support a no confidence motion in our Mayor because I believe he was elected and he deserves our support. However, item 7 of part 8, a councillor's personal conduct must not reflect or have the potential to reflect adversely on the reputation of the council, was clearly not considered by our Mayor when he posted the picture of himself with a controversial figure, something he admitted himself he thought perhaps might cause a reaction. So therefore, he failed in that. However, this motion of no confidence will not stop him from being our Mayor going forward, but it will send a very firm message to him that he must amend his ways and unfortunately realise that public life, you don't have a personal life, particularly when you're the Mayor of the city, more so than if you are just a humble councillor. But nevertheless, all of us have a responsibility to our community to lead the very best life we can. But as Councillor Raze said, let those who've never made a mistake throw the first stone. None of us can really throw that first stone. Thank you.
Back to you, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. No opportunity to serve. Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Walker, for you to close.
No one takes pleasure in putting a notice of no confidence in the Mayor. No one takes any pleasure at all in doing that. As I said, I've supported the Mayor from day one. He is our popularly elected Mayor. The responsibilities that go with that, perhaps he's not fully aware of what they are. Perhaps you can continue to argue that the Mayor's done nothing wrong. That's your prerogative. I'm standing here as his colleague to tell him that I believe he's done something that's inherently wrong, and that is to bring controversy, as to use his word, to bring controversy to this council, to this city. And just finally, I would like to say, for those who think that, yes, we should turn the other cheek, that, yes, we do have Christian values in our community. Sometimes, in order to show love for someone, you do have to teach them a lesson. And it's very easy to say, let he who has not sinned cast the first stone. Of course, we all have. And I'm a councillor, and I take pride in my job as a councillor. It's hard work sometimes, especially this week. I'm sure none of us get paid anywhere near enough, especially the two people not here today, to justify the stress and the pain that they've been through. But we've put our hand up for this job, and the Mayor has put his hand up for this job as well. And if you put your hand up for this job, then you'll live up to the expectations that go with that job. That's all I've got to say on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I'll now take a vote. All those in favour, raise your hand. And those against. And any absences will be counted as a no. Not absences, what's the word? Yeah. So I'll confirm the numbers 5 and 3. in passing or supporting the motion of no confidence in the Mayor. The against was Councillor Pentridge and Councillor Raze, and abstaining is the word I was looking for, not abstinence, Councillor Kai. With that, I might just suggest we have a couple of minutes break and resume in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, councillors. We'll continue through the agenda here at item 3, which is declarations of interest. But before we even get there, I want to point out actually that we didn't get to acknowledging country. That notice of motion came in from someone who speaks very highly of a community in which we regard. So I would like to acknowledge that we're gathering here today on unceded lands of Palawa people, original and ongoing owners, as we open up today's meeting here at Town Hall at 1 o'clock. And I would like to also apologise for the way in which I wasn't able to get to that in our opening of today's meeting, and hope that there was no offence taken. Declarations of interest. A councillor must declare any interest that a councillor has in any matter before the discussion on that matter commences. Do we have any declarations of interest? I'm going to not declare an interest, but just to note that I'm involved in a decision that will be made later about representation in Canberra, going to Alga. There are some other councillors there, so I just want to note that that will be a decision that will be made there, but not a declaration of interest, just for transparency that will be involved. And there'll be some further correspondence around ICADA as well, returning potential conversations around that too. Councillor Britton?
I should probably make the same declaration.
Yep, okay. Okay.
I may have to make the same declaration.
Sure,
Mayor, thank
sure.
you.
Not necessarily declaration, but just for transparency, saying that we're going to vote on something that perhaps has to do with us. Thanks, Councillor Harris. The same. Great. Okay, at 4, we have the confirmation of the minutes. Now, we do have some amendments that have been made throughout the process between publication and today. So I'll just sort of wrap that in saying that point 3, the recommendation, minutes of the ordinary meeting council that were held on the 6th of March, as amended by recommendations that have been published at 1 and 2, be confirmed as true and correct record. Somebody please to move the minutes. Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Anything further to add, Councillor Gibson? Councillor Palmer? Anything around the table, around the minutes? Noting that those extra responses and questions have been added. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. That motion is carried. Council workshops at 5. 5.1, we have the recommendation being that council notes the council workshops conducted and attended since the last meeting for the purposes as published in this agenda. Somebody to move? Councillor Gibson. Seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks. Very briefly, we'd just like to comment that the deputation that we received from Launceston Central was outstanding, really kicking lots of goals there. So to Maddie, the interim CEO, and Monica, the chair of the not-for-profit board, we really appreciate the work that they are undertaking, the advocacy. More importantly, we appreciate the way that they are linking in so wholeheartedly to all of our strategies in terms of activation, events, visitor economy, and the like. It's been really wonderful to see the rebranded, renamed organisation kicking so many goals, and we look forward to seeing them continue to partner with us to deliver not only their own strategic imperatives, but most importantly ours, given we fund them 100%. It's been a great relationship that has evolved, and we look forward to it continuing to do so into the future.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Nothing further to add at this stage.
Any further comments around the table around conducted workshops? Further to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. As a part of this identified agenda, we don't have any councillors' leave of absence or community reports at 6 and 7, so we'll go to public question time, which is at 8. 8.1, the public questions on notice. They've been published as a part of this agenda, noting also the extra comments that have been made in the minute-taking part of this meeting. We're going to 8.2 now, which is public questions without notice. Just reiterating with those, we've got the rules and the regs that are available at the front, as you would have seen. Thank you for those that have given us some previous advance notice. And 2 questions each, 3 questions, depending on the time that we've got here. And start with your name and your address, please. Mr. Christensen.
Noel Christensen, Launceston. as possibly the only one in Australia on public display, is the functioning statue of mannequin Piss in the Hart Conservatory City Park to be affected in any way by the proposed renovations due to commence soon?
Sure, thank you for the question. Now, I note that predominantly what we've seen so far is it's structural work that's going to be going on there, so I will take that on notice to have a look at what implications there might be internally, particularly around the statue. So please let us get a nice, good response for you there, and we'll publish that for you. Further questions? That's the only one that I've got pre-notice of, but if there's anybody else that would like to come to the microphone.
May I speak to the questions before I ask them for context?
Yeah, I'll allow some preamble, but just your name.
Awesome. Yes, so my name is Daniel Hawes. I am from Prospect. I'm here because the homelessness in our town is rising at an alarming rate. According to the Launceston City Council's homelessness statement of commitment in 2024, homelessness has increased by 87%. It's not a statistic, it's a sign that people are struggling now more than ever. Every night we have more and more people sleeping on our streets despite well-established services that are already available. And this just shows to me that what we have in place isn't enough. The Launceston City Council statement of commitment last year promised transparency and action, but I do question this. For the Homelessness Advisory Committee hasn't posted minutes publicly since November 2023. And while we have a range of faith-based services like City Mission and the Salvos, homelessness in Launceston is still rising. So what we have is not enough. We do have local charities, for example, Strike It Out, that are stepping in to try to fill in the gaps, but they are stuck in red tape and overwhelmed by council procedure. I do point to a quote made on the 5th of July by Mayor Matthew Garwood that says he stands by the view that the local council plays in facilitation. There are incredible examples like this shown here of passionate, experienced professionals and volunteers working in the homelessness space. And as a council, he believes it's not their job to reinvent the wheel, but to facilitate, advocate, open space and share resources, support and lobby governments for local assistance. This was a direct quote in relation to Strike It Out, yet they continue to face roadblocks. So I ask, where is the facilitation, the advocacy and the resource sharing? Meanwhile, the council has approved a total of $8.9 million to the renovation of Albert Hall. And at what point does that investment turn to an investment for our community? So I guess my direct questions are that in the name of transparency, has the Homelessness Advisory Committee held meetings since November 2023? And if so, why are the minutes not available? Specifically, what steps are the council taking to remove red tape and facilitate effective and community-driven organisations like Strike It Out that will offer support to our homelessness community? And when does the Launceston City Council expect that investment into Albert Hall to funnel back into our community? I understand policies and procedures, but this is real people and we need action now. And I think the council has made a commitment and it's time for them to stand up to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. Now, Halsey, Daniel, I will take those on notice to ensure that we get a good, accurate response, particularly in relation to the minutes and the meetings that have been held. I can't speak on behalf of where and when they've occurred, but we will ensure that that's published for you in a really well-dictated and documented way.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Hi, sorry. My name's Katie Mulvaney and I reside in West Launceston. I'm co-founder of Launceston Women in Business and I'm a local business owner who's known online under the handle of Girl Called Katie. I was one of the women at the receiving end of Ronnie Radke's online tirade this week. I will be leading with a contextual statement ended with my questions and I do appreciate you allowing me the space to speak today. My questions are for Mayor Garwood and are to do with the lack of prompt and firm response following the recent attacks by Ronnie Radke on our councillors Andrea Dawkins and Lindy McMahon. I did prepare these questions in consultation with many community members, and despite all that has happened this morning, I feel it's important to be heard and to see this through even if you choose not to answer them, Matthew. While I don't feel we need to get into the details around what's transpired, I have taken the time to collect my own thoughts and the feedback of some of the men and women in our community when preparing my questions for you today. It is unfortunate that you are the most recent example of this, Mr. Garwood, because this issue isn't one that should be only targeted at you. This is a systematic issue where women are not able to use their voices or make comment on a newspaper article when asked to without fear of being aggressively attacked. When they are then attacked, we expect our leaders and the men in our community to speak loudly enough to defend them. When women speak up, we are told we are too much. We are told that we are making a fuss or getting involved in things that don't concern us. The unfortunate reality is that change will only happen when our men and our leaders stand up and say that they will not allow this, because it's not enough for women, or for anyone for that matter, to continue to stamp our feet and be told we're making too much noise. Change will happen when men stand up to other men and say what is and is not acceptable, and not just what they will and won't condone. While I appreciate that you finally condemned Ronnie's behaviour in one of your edits on your Facebook post, I feel I speak for a great many women and men in our community that feel the response should have been much louder, much more immediate, and much more forceful in support of your constituents. Your response was not swift and decisive. You initially made it clear that Ronnie's tirades were directed at individual comments and took no real accountability for what started this situation in the first place. We can show appreciation for the statements you have made since in condemning Radke's actions, but as women of Launceston, we want a strong assurance that in the future, your actions will better reflect an unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of women. Unfortunately, as a man in power, your voice carries a much greater weight than a woman's when it comes to women's rights. Men will be more likely to listen to you than they are to the councillors, myself, or other women in your community, and we need men in power to set the standard. So with this in mind, I have 3 questions for you. What is your response to the community's concern about your lack of conviction, constant backpedalling, and lack of swift action on this situation? And do you have any learnings leading into measurable changes in your leadership that will leave the women in your community feeling valid, safe, and supported? And while I note from your question 2, while I note from your ABC interview yesterday, you made comment that you feel that Michelle and yourself have taken the brunt of it, I respectfully disagree and feel that both Councillor Dawkins, Councillor McMahon, now Sam Johnson, and members of the community coming to their defence have been most impacted by Radke's actions. Being terrorised with targeted attacks and death threats, leading to the need to shut down their own social media accounts and unable to speak out further for fear of their own safety. What actions have you taken as our leader, and have the council taken as a whole, to support those impacted by these online attacks? And my final question, are you going to stop using your mayoral card for mic drop moments for personal gratification? Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. I will take that wholly on notice so we can get good, concise responses, particularly around the questions around implementation of parts. The only part that I would like to respectfully repute is saying that Michelle and I and our family have taken the brunt. I'm so sorry if it's come across in the way in which I think that somebody thinks that I or Michelle have taken the brunt of this. That has never been in any of my discourse for that to have been interpreted that way. And if it has, then I do apologise for that. That is definitely not my thought, that we've taken the brunt of the hits of these. And that's very on show here today with 2 councillors not being here. So I do apologise if it came across that way, but that is definitely not my intent. So we'll take the rest. And I think from my opening statement here as a part of today's address, the learnings from this will be thick and fast, and they will be true. And I look forward to further conversations with the team around the table and also our administration as to how we can re-input that confidence into the community, because that will be my next priority, is to ensure that any of this correspondence, any of this even interpretation or thought around the ways in which this has been dealt with are completely alleviated. And if somebody was to come to, if I may use yourself as an example, and say something, you could say, well, this is how they're addressing it. I believe that they're going to do it, and it's going to come from a lot of work. And I'm not going to shy away from the amount of work that's going to be required there, and to ensure that it's not done again. And I just want to say that I've said this online as well, the mayoral card drop thing, it was just equipped to say that this is a way of opening up conversation. It's something that I'm so privileged to be able to say and to do and to be a part of in this community, to say that to a fellow person who's got more tattoos than I am, and just to have these reactions around the ways in which, people are being elected in local government roles now, and that's purely what it is. It was nothing to do with my official duties or role. It was just sort of a conversation, and I'll be very wary of how I do use that and go forward into the future. So I do appreciate, and I apologise for the way that was interpreted, and also for yourself to have been pulled into it too. Mr. Smith, you've been waiting patiently, then we'll get to further questions around the room.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To lighten the note and change the topic, if that's on the agenda 8.15 today, question 3 was about council removing swastikas from public land and buildings and private land. The response is you remove swastikas probably every once a fortnight approximately, but it goes on to say you don't extend that removal to removing swastikas, etc., from private property. Is that something, two things here. Firstly, would you make reporting of such actions mandatory to police in the future, such occurrences? I think that it is now quite a serious offence to, I think it's about $20-something thousand fine and 12 months in jail for such things. And secondly, would you extend the removal policy to private property, subject to your policy, please?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll take those on notice so we can get the correct responses, but I will just say that there's quite a bit of work going on. Even you can see it in the reflection of our draft budget around tackling graffiti. We've had some champions in here, including Councillor Kai, in the ways in which we're looking to try and streamline that process. So that will be a part of a further conversation, but we'll take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope today to be able to speak to agenda item 20.3, Councillor Walker's motion on Boxing Day parking operations of car parks and public holidays. And I'm going to speak to that with the suggestion being that it lay on the table until perhaps the councillors, there are 2 councillors aren't here and they have experience in small business. Councillor Dawkins has run a business and McMahon runs a business, would understand from the business and customer point of view particularly. So it would not exceed the bounds of the motion that the councillor first wrote if it were to lay on the table. If not, the question would be included in an answer. Would council give more information for actual feasibility? Unfortunately, it doesn't, as a motion, seem to give a feasibility study. It gives the revenue, but it doesn't show what the expenses are, the costs of running the car parks on these public holidays. There's no business case. It doesn't really say what council expects, so I don't know how the councillors can make a decision if you don't say what you expect from the operations of your multi-storey car parks, if it's to make money or serve the people or even run it at a loss if it benefits the public. That would be, and there's no conclusion or recommendation in the officer's recommendation. So that would be a question if you're not going to add more to the motion and bring it back, please.
Sure.
So I'll just give you advance notice of that.
Yes, thank you.
And thirdly, I've heard a lot about Mr. Ronald Radke, Esquire, today. What I haven't heard, and begs the question, I'm really not interested, haven't got Facebook, wondered what, between yourself and the council, do you have back channels you could have perhaps had a word to him, written to him or his people, or phone them and asked them to call off the attack dogs and, say the good people and the good council of Launceston, he's got the wrong end of the stick perhaps. Do you have that channel, and did you or the council try to do that to Mr. Radke?
Yes, is the answer to that question. And there was an upload that did come from Mr. Radke stating to stop for his followers with the death threats. And that was uploaded after the original post.
Right. I didn't know there were.
And some of them have been taken down also due to us reporting them to the standards of Meta and Instagram.
That applies to you and the council, I take it. You as an individual and the council?
Myself as an individual in the correspondence, the council and myself as an individual working to ensure that those were reported.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Further questions without notice? Okay. We'll continue through the agenda. Coming to 9 and 10, we have no petitions or deputations that have been identified as a part of today's agenda, so we move into Planning Authority. At 11, Under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in item 11. First up, we have at 11.1, 32 to 38 Waverley Road in Waverley. Before we do get to any recommendations or comments, opening up to the floor if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak to 11.1, which is Waverley Road. I'll just check my notes also. I believe Mr. French is at the microphone.
Mayor and councillors, I'm Barry French from 83 Tasman Highway at Waverley. My concern is about this subdivision. The safety of cars entering straight out of the blocks onto the highway now, which are problematic with the existing houses. The new street location is across from Humphrey Street, and the dangerous driving that occurs in this area will only be added to. Would it be possible to look at the entrance to the new subdivision could be relocated to above the top shop, enter onto the highway as a safer way is already creates some movement for vehicles provided to the entry with the roadways partly built in that area. The decrease in value of my property with the having of a street next door to me, corner lots are devalued due to the nature of being on a corner. Then there are the damage that may come from my house. There is a landslip in the area, and this is significant right next to my property. I have already had to underpin my house on 3 times. The backyard is moving as my clothesline is on a lean now, so I could properly be moving. I have concern about this. And on the 5th of July last year, I received a letter from the council saying that because of their excavation work going on below my property, which had gone on some years ago and stopped and recommenced about 18 months ago, that I would be getting a certificate about the landslip. Well, I've heard nothing more from the council regarding that. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. French. Were there any other speakers to item 11.1, Waverley Road? Okay, we'll move forward to the recommendation then, that recommendation being that a permit be granted for subdivision, subdivide 2 lots into 20 lots, plus road, lot and construction of a road at 3238 Waverley Road, Waverley, subject to the published conditions. Somebody to move the recommendation? It's been moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. We have an application for us to subdivide some land that has not been done in the past. And in fact, when I spoke to Mr. French, he said he built his house about 60 years ago and he'd been waiting that long for a neighbour to appear on that western side. This land is clearly not easily to be subdivided. It is quite steep, and perhaps under the because of the steepness, has landslip hazard assessments across the top of it. However, as the city continues to grow, land that is closer to the city and even difficult land like this will in fact become attractive to developers to try to develop to get the most out of it. And of course, we'll provide much needed land closer to the city than if we continue to expand our boundaries. As such, this application does in fact put a new access road along his western boundary fence, I guess you would say, which changes what he has long held, that he would have a neighbour to the immediate west. Now he'll have a road, something that he perhaps hadn't intended all those years ago when he built the house. However, it is something that is allowed under the development, and it is allowed because the access road that will be developed to that point will in fact provide the safest access onto the Tasman Highway. although the Waverley Road address will be used for access for 3 of the blocks at the very northern side, you would almost say, of the subdivision. For the rest of the blocks, it would be more difficult and there would be less viable land should they bring that access road all that way through it. We're not able to change what a developer provides to us. We're not able to take a level or 2 off a tall building. We're also not able to change where the access road is. We are simply have to agree or disagree that this meets the planning scheme, because we do sit as a planning authority. So as such, hopefully some questions will arise, but I might just finish speaking there and just have a couple of questions, if I may, on Mr. French's behalf. And it is in regard to the land slip and the letter that he mentioned he received from the council dated the 15th of July last year. Is anyone able to give us any details of what that letter might have been about, and in whether in fact it has any relevance for what we are discussing here today in regard to land slip on this potential subdivision, and whether in fact it would be a matter that we need to consider?
Acting Executive Leader Richard. Yeah, I'm just going to introduce you. You can pass to your team. Sonia.
Thank you. I'm not aware of the letter Mr. French was referring to. However, it's relevant to note that the application has included, or the proposal includes, a landslip hazard report by an appropriately qualified person, and it's addressed the landslip issues there. However, we're happy to follow up at a later stage what that letter was about and what further correspondence Mr. French was meant to have received last year in regard to that.
Thank you, Duncan.
Just one more question, if I may. Just a question on why as advertised, there was a development lot for public open space, which under this approval has been converted back into a residential lot to be sold and a contribution to be made instead, which is allowable. What was the thinking behind that particular decision?
The topography of that site makes it quite undesirable as a local park. So there are parklands close, and it's better to actually put that land or value add to that land through a contribution rather than to take that particular parcel of land.
Thank you.
Councillor Britton is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies, can I start with a question? It's only just come to mind, it might be a bit of a difficult question to answer, but just again on landslip, are there any precedents, or what is what happens if something were to happen to Mr. French's house that can be, or as a result of development in the area and further landslip? Is there compensation available for him if that does happen in the future?
That's a very difficult one to answer, because it would determine what was the cause of that, how did it happen, was there any cause and effect, and ultimately that would be a civil matter between the parties, should it occur and should it be proven.
Fair enough, thank you. I did think that was probably going to be a bit of a difficult question. Nonetheless, only to echo what Councillor Harris has said, we do sit as a planning authority. This land is situated inside, or at least very close to, an area that we are currently undertaking a lot of strategic work to grow. It's an area of the city where there is a lot of potential residential land. There are issues here. They have been addressed by the appropriate experts, and in light of all of that, I do take into consideration the representations and the worries. But I will be in support of this today. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Any further comments around the table? Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gibson.
No questions, Chair. This is the A3 highway, the Tasman Highway. What discussions were had about accessing the Waverley Road, is it? Or rather than, because of course it's, been deemed appropriate that a road can access the A3 highway, but nonetheless, were there discussions around alternatives, I suppose is the question, and what precluded those? Because I'm finding it hard to understand, like a steep access onto our major highway being the most sensible result.
Yeah, look, thank you for that. In essence, the application started off, its original format had the proposed access to Tasman Highway a little bit further to the west, so 2 or 3 house blocks, if you like, away from Mr French's property, and that's where there was quite a significant drop between the level of the highway to the level of the land and the approach, and the difficulty to get a level approach in to join the highway for a junction there was ultimately considered to be relatively difficult to achieve and obviously a quite expensive outcome. The applicants reviewed their proposal and came back with the current proposal with the access proposed to be against Mr French's property, where the change in level between from the highway is not as severe, and obviously they can get a more suitable access alignment. Now, all of this will be governed and ultimately approved by the state. It's a state road. You can't build a junction onto the state road without the state's consent. They will have a very close overview of what the final plans and the final design is for that. To the extent that they considered an access further east, on the other, up near the top shop, that was raised with the applicants. They've considered it, they rejected it, decided that they didn't want to make that their primary access. And we have to remember that this is an application for planning approval for the proposal that the individuals want. We don't get to dictate what you will apply for. So they've designed a subdivision. We've had discussions with them over how it may work appropriately. They've modified that in the manner that has suited them, and that's what they're asking approval for. Every application we get, you can come up with an alternative. We have to assess the application we have. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, another question, if I may, Chair. Yeah, and I fully do understand that, and I appreciate the sensitivities involved in that. And it's not until the plans are released that the public get to make that the comments upon that. Nonetheless, there are 3 properties that face 3 potential properties that would be facing Tasman Highway, which won't have egress onto Tasman Highway, and one would think that is because it's not feasible for those 3 properties to have access directly onto the highway. It's not easy, at least. Nonetheless, it's okay for 18 or so properties to access the Tasman Highway adjacent to that. All I'm saying that for is elucidating that surely this must have been seen as somewhat of an issue, and you've also somewhat stolen my thunder, because I was going to ask about the next step in regards to the state government's approach, if you could explain. Well, that's not necessarily your
Let's
area.
keep it moving, please, Councillor.
Pardon?
Please keep it moving. If you've got a question, let's ask the question.
I'm sorry for pausing during my question, Chair. I was just gathering my
Please
thoughts.
have your questions nice and succinct.
Getting to the point, if I may, Chair.
Please get to the point, Councillor Walker.
Just going to ask, what is the process for the for that state government approval? Is that easy to answer?
Because the works affect the state road, there is a requirement for the developer to obtain a works permit, which is issued by the state. It will not be issued by the state until they have been satisfied that detailed plans addressing the junction design have been provided and are suitable and meet their requirements.
And the other question is about any discussions that were had. Any discussions that were had once it was clear that there was objections to that egress?
Thank you. Once again, when all the representations were received, we prepared a table, the same table that's in your report, of the issues raised, and that was forwarded to the applicants, and they were invited to provide some comment. They've elected to proceed with what they've proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I want to start by saying I first of all acknowledge that 194 representations is considerable, and I have appreciated the advocacy of members of the Waverley community with regard to this particular DA. And I also want to acknowledge that no one is impacted more than Mr French himself, who is here and has been an advocate for Waverley and development of Waverley for as long as I've been here. Outside our responsibility as a planning authority, I would just say in one sentence that I do believe that this is going to be transformative for Waverley, notwithstanding the necessary planning considerations that are required under the scheme. And they're listed as lot design, road, subdivision, building and works within the landslip area and the landslip hazard, which has been referred to previously. I fully understand the in lieu payment of 5% and believe that that will transform one of the parks. I know the system doesn't necessarily work, that it comes in one way and is spent across the road, but my word, as councillors, we'll be advocating for that, because if there's an opportunity to upgrade the Waverley Park that sits directly across the road, then that 5% contribution could be well used for that purpose. So I foreshadow that that will be something that I'll be looking out for into the future. For me, obviously, the big issues are around landslip and around the connectivity of the road onto the highway, the gradient of such. And whilst I certainly appreciate all of the concerns that have been raised in interrogating those professional documents that have been provided, I must support the recommendation before us. I also want to point out that the state growth design for works that was considered by them did receive approval. There's no doubt that there's going to be a considerable change, and for Mr French, there is no one who will be impacted more or notice that change more than himself and his wife. But I do believe that on the balance, in fact, not even on the balance, I do believe that based on the professional advice that has been received, the discretions requiring our consideration are wholeheartedly met and should be supported today.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments from the table? Councillor Professor Razay.
Thank you. I have a great sympathy to Mr. French and the other 194 representatives of the community there. I can't imagine how much stress and suffering are you all going through. I'm concerned about the well-being of the community there. Well, have we listened to you guys? Of course not. Well-being affair is not that important in the planning assessment, unfortunately. It's to fulfill all the criteria. But I would like to see each one of you imagine living in Mr. French property. A big road, a car passing by, Mr. French retired man staying there all the time. So you could imagine how stressful it will be for them. Do we take that into account? Of course not. But important that we have more houses. If they were like as it used to be 2 houses, probably you would be happy with that. But now we turn them into 20 houses. So I could imagine how you feel about it, and I think it's something I think the planning authority should consider in the future, the well-being of that community. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Further comments? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for my fellow councillors for their thoughts. And yes, I too say to Mr. French that I do realise the decision that we make here today will in fact have most impact on yourself and your family. Unfortunately, we can't make omelettes without breaking some eggs. And the eggs in this case will probably be the amount of traffic noise that you have running past your place from 20 or probably 17 houses, in addition to what you already have running past the front gate. And that is not going to happen immediately. This process takes time for the development to happen. It then takes time for the people to decide to live there. And when they do, then they will get a good view of the city access to the northern sun. It would be an attractive place to build, and modern building techniques make some of the landslip issues that in the past were very hard to deal with when you're building brick and tile homes and the weight that they brought on the land. It will be a very different looking subdivision probably to the houses that exist there, but nevertheless it will be, as Councillor Gibson said, part of the renaissance of the Waverley area, and I do believe that in the longer term, Waverley, and that's all residents of Waverley, including, I hope, Mr French in 20 years, will in fact be better off by this development, and so I ask their fellow councillors to approve it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? That's all. Those against? Professor Raze against. The motion is carried. 11.2, we have 218 Charles Street, Launceston. Before we get to any recommendation, looking for any public speakers that we do have here. I've got Barbara noted. Yes, thank you.
Council members, Launceston streets, buildings and landscapes tell the stories of generations that have come before us. Among these, the Bunya Pine stands as a living testament to our city's rich history, nestled in the heart of our heritage overlay zone. This is no ordinary tree. It's a living monument, a silent witness to the changing tides of history. It has seen the rise and fall of industries, the passage of time and the evolution of Launceston itself. To remove this tree is not simply to lose a piece of nature, but to erase a part of our shared history. Its presence connects us to the past, reminding us of the people who shaped this community long before we were here. We are entrusted with the responsibility of preserving these legacies of those who came before us. By allowing this tree to remain, we honour the generations who valued its significance. It stands as a symbol of endurance, of survival, and of the deep ties we have to our land and history. The environmental benefits are undeniable. This tree contributes to the air quality, provides vital habitat for wildlife, and offers a sanctuary for all who seek solace under its shade. Its removal would not only be an environmental loss, but a cultural one as well. It is an integral part of our community fabric, offering a space for reflection and connection to the past. I urge you, members of the Council, to consider the weight of history and the heritage in your decision. This tree is not just a natural resource, it's a cultural treasure that must be preserved for future generations. Let us protect this symbol of Launceston's enduring spirit and ensure that its legacy continues to thrive for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers from the public? Okay, to the recommendation, which is that a permit be granted for removal of Bunya Pine tree at 218 Charles Street, Launceston, subject to the published conditions. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris has moved. Councillor Britton as the seconder. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I start speaking, might I ask a question in regard to the heritage property, the listing of the property at the address in Charles Street, and the role that the Tasmanian Heritage Council notice might play in our decision making.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Acting Executive Leader to Duncan.
Thank you again. The property, as we know, is contained on the state list of historic heritage or cultural heritage buildings. Right? And the way the legislation for the heritage legislation is structured means that an application has to be referred to them and we take regard to their response. Now, within the planning scheme, when we get to that, the state heritage listed properties are exempt from the local heritage code, right? Because the applications are referred to the state heritage authority for their review and their approval. Had they said no, we would be required to say no. Had they said yes, we have the opportunity to say yes or no. But you have to take into account that we have no grounds in this case under the planning scheme upon which to say no, because the planning scheme has an exemption in there for removal of vegetation where there is an existing or likely increased risk of damage to a heritage listed building or through public safety, public or private safety. We have a detailed report from a suitably qualified arborist who has said this tree is and will continue to cause damage to that property and does and will continue to represent what the arborist has referred to as an unacceptable risk. Right? On that basis, we've considered that this application is exempt from the provisions of the planning scheme. The legislation requires us to refer the application to the Heritage Council for their comment. So we've done that in accordance with that, and it's the heritage legislation, because it's a heritage listed property, makes it a discretionary application under the planning scheme. Right? So we've referred the application to the Heritage Council. They've expressed an interest. We've advertised the application. We've referred the representations back to the Heritage Council. The Heritage Council have considered those representations and have granted their consent for Council to issue the permit for the removal of the tree. Remembering that the tree is exempt from the planning scheme provisions, we have no grounds under the planning scheme to do anything other than approve this.
Thank you, Duncan.
Thank you. And that really makes it quite simple that whilst this is an item before us as an agenda item, we really have nowhere to go other than to approve it. And with that, I'll sit down and say, please support me in that matter.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton is the seconder, then Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Look, I only stand to agree once again with Councillor Harris, although I will note this is the second time I've stood up here and agreed with cutting a tree down. It is unfortunate in this case. It is an icon. I drove down the street the other day and thought to myself, it'll be sad to not see it there. However, the damage to the building and the safety concerns surrounding it outweigh in my remarks. So I am for the motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Britton. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. It's an anomaly, isn't it? It's a strange kind of situation you find yourself in where you're still sitting as a member of a planning authority, yet the planning authority basically has nothing to consider and no way of effectively making a decision other than rubber stamping the one that comes from the Heritage Commission, Heritage Council. Part of me agrees with everything that the speaker shared. It's an iconic tree in an iconic part of Launceston, but the reality is that the scheme, the system, the Heritage Council's protection of the house, the system allows for the tree to be removed. And I want to, from my point, focus on, given there's not a whole lot more to focus on, I want to focus on the positive, if there is such a thing, and that is that the applicant themselves have noted the worth of the tree and what they intend to do to utilise the wood as a way of recognising the significance of the tree and its connection to the city. So I take that as the resident, the applicant, having an understanding of what the tree means, not only to them but to the city, and for me that's the positive. One of the few things that we can take out of it, other than rubber stamping it, is that forethought of the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further comments around the table? Councillor Walker, then Councillor Kai.
I'll start by thanking you for coming in and making that representation. I don't think anyone around this table wants the tree to go, to be honest. I can't speak for my fellow councillors. I've got a friend who planted a Willamite pine in his front yard, and the front yard's probably about the same size, really. and about as close to his house. And I looked at it and I said, I don't think that's a very good place to plant that. He said, oh, that'll be fine, don't worry about it. It's getting big. I grew up in Queensland, not far from the Bunya Mountains. I have been to Bunya National Park. I've eaten bunya, pine, cone, whatever you call the seeds, I suppose, the pods. Aboriginal community up there would have a bunya festival once a year. I understand the significance, not culturally to Tasmania perhaps, but nationally, that this plant has. I don't want to see it chopped down. I don't think anybody does. And yet, if you or I had this in our front yard and we're seeing it affect our foundations and all that sort of thing, we'd probably have concerns too. That's where we're at. I'm struggling. I do believe we might have a bunya pine in City Park as well, but I'm not 100% certain on that. I'll have to check. But nonetheless, I would love to see it stand, and yet I'm being well informed here that that is not an option for me today. There's nothing more to say. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Kai?
Thank you very much. And same as Councillor Walker, I'd like to thank the Speaker for coming in to speak, as none of us, I don't think we really want that tree removed. But I was wondering if Duncan could maybe just explain to the public what would happen if the tree is not removed and why it is necessary for that tree to be removed.
Well, thank you for that. I'm not an arborist, but I've got trees in my front yard as well, the same as many of you, and they grow, they get bigger. This tree arguably has a lifespan of up to about 600 years, and it's only about 100 years old now. So it is over time going to grow. It's going to continue to grow. It will continue to get bigger. It'll have more roots, thicker trunk, thicker branches. It will continue to drop large pine cones, some of which will be able to be taken out of the tree before they fall. Some will inevitably be missed. Inevitably, if the tree stays, it'll be a choice of do we keep the tree or do we keep the house. I would suspect that the Heritage Council will never give consent to have the house removed. And so that sounds a little bit facetious, and I apologise for that. But that's what will happen. The tree will continue to grow. The owner of the property will continue to be burdened by the expense of cleaning up the mess from the tree and maintaining the house to the best condition they can. But ultimately, if it's not removed now, it will be removed later.
Thank you, Duncan. Cool. Any further comments around the table? To close, Councillor Harris?
Thank you, fellow councillors, and thank you to our Speaker, because you did speak so very well at the start and put the case for the tree. But I think, as we've heard, even though most of us, and includes myself, don't really want to have to do it, the Heritage Council has decided the tree is, I guess, expendable to retain the heritage property at 213 Charles Street. And I would hope that the owner of 213 listens to the wisdom of Councillor Walker, and when they do plant something in its place, that perhaps they plant a more suitable tree or small tree or shrub suitable for an inner city garden, rather than one that might grow so large as to threaten the actual building itself. So I hope my fellow councillors will support me in this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. Those against? Okay, those abstaining, which is Councillor Walker. Other councillors for. The motion is carried. Okay, moving to our next DA, which we have as 11.3, 9 Rose Lane and 5 Rose Lane, South Launceston. I've got some noted speakers here, starting with Fiona. You want to go first, Andrew?
Rose Lane.
Yep.
I'm Andrew Novakoski from 16 to 20 Rose Lane. I've just got a few questions about the 5 Rose Lane development. the original EA for it was for a slab building, commercial building. Then they changed it to a residential building in piles. The original EA said they weren't allowed to have a cut below the gravel level. They've changed that now with the piles. They can go down further. There were some significant gas readings, they said was just on the level or above the level from the old rubbish tip above that side. Now that would have to be changed because they have to, because the piers go down below into the ground, you're going to get more gas and water movement up through those systems. So I was just wondering about that. Also, the road system, you've said that you're going to widen the road. The top end of Rose Lane, where it turns into Peel Street, has a large stormwater drain there. Originally, the road was below, just above on the stormwater drain. The council raised that. Now they'll have to raise it again and widen it. Above Rose Lane is the old convict cemetery. So either you're going to have to widen into the convict cemetery or widen towards our property. So I was just wondering which.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll ensure that the councillors have heard those questions and can address those as this is a speaking time. Yeah, thank you. Fiona, you're okay?
I'll say what I'm going to say in my representation.
Okay.
I don't think I've got anything further.
Sure. Okay.
Is that the note? Has everyone read that representation?
Yep, thank you. Excellent. Thank you for coming in still and supporting. Yeah. Okay, so we'll move to the recommendation. That is a permit be granted for residential construction of 56 dwellings over 2 3-storey buildings, associated parking, landscaping and infrastructure, which includes widening of a road, new pedestrian footpaths and a road safety works at the junction of Rose Lane and Westbury Road. Subdivision, consolidation of lots at 5 and 9, as well as the published conditions. Somebody to move. Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Gibson. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much. If I can, I might start with a question from the
Sure.
representatives. Can we get a little bit of information about what will happen with the road widening, etc.? In particular, I know we're talking about Westbury Road and Rose Lane, potentially what is actually going to happen, if anything, with the section of Peel Street and Westbury Road. Was that what you said?
Just grabbing some details on that so we've got an ensured answer.
No specific works have been proposed for Peel Street. The majority of the traffic as a result of the traffic impact assessment that's being done actually focuses on the Westbury Road, Rose Lane junction, and that's where there are significant changes proposed as part of that.
Thank you very much. So yeah, look, there obviously were some issues regarding the traffic and intersections, etc. We sit as a planning authority, therefore all of our decisions we can only really make on the expert advice that's given to us, and the traffic impact assessment reports have been conducted, checked by council, and have been deemed to be appropriate. There are obviously some concerns with it being an old tip site. Once again, qualified experts have been asked to weigh in, and they've said that everything's okay. It's important to note that if anything does arise during construction, construction will cease until that new information has been assessed and thus moving forward. Now, personally, this development ties in very well with our new housing strategy. We've also passed motions which are looking to try to find more land to build this exact type of residence and do this type of development. With our housing strategy that we passed recently, I think it would be not talking out of turn here, but it would be a bit of a failure for us to deny this today. It is exactly what Launceston needs. This site, in my opinion, does fit all the parameters as a good site for this type of development, and I will be voting in support of it today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. This is the front page story of tomorrow's newspaper in my mind, because here we are as a council facilitating and allowing for the creation of the city of the future that is inclusive of everyone and is wanting to ensure that we are planning for the future. And I know Councillor Britton in his comments was preemptive of our housing strategy, but my word, there's nothing more in alignment with it and its intended purpose and the focus of this council on ensuring that we are working proactively to develop Launceston as an elected group, then that strategy and thus the two significant developments that hopefully both will be approved today. Notwithstanding, it's in a really difficult part of the city, and it's in a part of the city where local neighbours have enjoyed a particular amenity and a particular recreational outlook for a number of years. There are considerable challenges with the topography of the site. There are considerable challenges with regard to the manoeuvring of vehicles and the access of same, but I think that's covered off in the report. The impact with regard to the environmental concerns also is listed. There's two specific requirements that are contained within the conditions to be approved today, listed at points 29 Environmental Management Plan and obviously point 30, the contaminated land of the lane. But importantly for me, the standards requiring planning discretion absolutely need to be considered, and I believe that in recommending for approval, that has been done appropriately. The number of attachments, I'm not sure about other councillors, but my word, you couldn't have asked for more environmental interrogation than what was contained within the necessary reports that needed to be undertaken in order to have this progress to this stage. I think for me, the real issue is around the road. It's around the connection of Rose Lane onto Westbury Road. I think that's been covered off in terms of the works that are going to occur. I think some of the questions that have been raised both today in spoken form, but also in the 3 written representations that we've got, and our response to them does take stock of that. And no doubt throughout the process, the iterative process as it continues to move through the stages with regard to the land, the environment, but also the road, they are things that will continue to need to go through the necessary checks and balances as the conditions require today. The final point I would make is that the imagery of the Rose Lane apartments, and I know you can't always rely on imagery, in fact I've been let down personally many times on expecting that a building will look a particular way and it never does. But the conceptual drawings that are contained, and indeed I say in jest conceptual drawings, the drawings and the plans that are contained within the report I think are exciting for the mixed use offerings, the mixed offerings that we are trying to present as our response to ensuring that there are a variety of homes fit for purpose for people of all circumstance, all situation in Launceston as we continue to build the city of the future. This is a positive story. It meets the scheme, notwithstanding that there are many standards requiring discretion, but the work that's been undertaken to get it to the point where it meets the scheme has been considerable, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson, further comments around the table? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and I have no questions to ask. I will just speak to this item. Notwithstanding the fact that this may or may not suit our goals, policies or otherwise in regards to housing, This needs to be assessed, of course, against the planning scheme, regardless of that policy. And it's interesting that not much has been said about the bulk or the fact the building, does rely on performance criteria because it is outside the building envelope and things like that. That does not seem to be such an issue of contention, which is great, a great outcome that you can build a building of this bulk on that site and not attract that kind of commentary. What is most of concern, as has been already conveyed, is the potential for contamination, albeit that this was a tip a long, long time ago. It probably doesn't have the same hazards as modern tips and that sort of thing. Nonetheless, it does have its issues. And the intersection with Westbury Road, and it's strange, in the document, Wellington Street keeps getting mentioned. The intersection between, I think in our documentation perhaps, between Rose Lane and Wellington Street. And it's like, no, it's not Wellington Street, it's Westbury Road. And I have to go back to find out which particular document that was, but it was quite a repetitive thing. And I think that could have caused some confusion because, of course, Rose Lane does go through to Wellington Street. There isn't that intersection further along. But it is the connection with Westbury Road. It is quite problematic. There is a slip lane there that needs to be addressed, and I understand, that work has been done, and I can see potential issues with people waiting there for when that particular road is busy. But I accept the traffic impact study that has been done. We have a lot of difficult intersections in Launceston, and I think that regardless of our housing policy, this is an example of land that was deemed difficult in Launceston in the past, not dissimilar to Waverley, but is now deemed usable for certain developments, and I stand to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further comments around the table? Councillor Harris.
Just briefly, yes, I also stand to support this, and it is something being located so close to the Glendew Primary School, access to a bus route, and its physical location, probably 2 to 3 kilometres from our CBD, makes it an ideal medium density housing solution that I have been talking about us needing. But to meet the planning scheme, and as others have said, there has been report after report that they've done on this because, as Councillor Walker said, it was an old tip, and the design of it is such that they're not really trying to encapsulate anything. Should something come up from the ground, it will just be dispersed into the air, if it should be a methane or similar type of gas. So I think it's a really good use of this site, and I'm glad that we're finally getting some of these medium density housing lots up presented to us. For us to either approve or disapprove. I'd just like to see them built, and perhaps, as Councillor Gibson said, built as the images are shown on the plans would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Anything to close, Councillor Britton?
No, thank you very much to everyone who's had their input, and thank you.
Cool, thank you. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? It's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, our final DA for today has no noted speakers at 25 St John Street. Cool. No one from the public. We're looking at the transit depot, so we'll move to the recommendation, which is that a permit be granted for transport depot and distribution, alterations to the existing building, change of use to a bus terminal, including on-street bus parking and installation of illuminated signage at 25 St John Street, Launceston, subject to the published conditions. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris. Seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so this is a pretty straightforward development application for a change of use to of an existing building to become the new bus interchange and waiting area for those who catch our regional and also the intra-state buses from Burnie and Hobart and further beyond. This, whilst it's not a designated built for purpose building that we used to have further up the block on the other side that many of us will remember. It is nevertheless a good alternative to what we currently have in Charles Street, where we have an old shipping container with the sides cut out of it to provide minimal protection against the weather. And this at least will provide an indoor seating area for 60 people, toilets and other amenities to make the catching of the bus, and more importantly, the waiting between getting off one bus from one end of the state to perhaps catch another one further out, a much more pleasant experience for those who are catching the bus. So very happy for us to approve this, and can't wait to see it up and in use, hopefully before the winter frosts arrive later in the year. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge. Great. Thank you. Round the table, any further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks. Just briefly, it's a shame the Minister, who's been such a great advocate for this project, couldn't join us today to further throw his support behind it. Look, I think this is the bare minimum for a bus facility. The fact that the buses are still going to be on the road, that we've lost considerable car parks to facilitate it, I think goes some way to showing our desire to see patrons and bus users at least have somewhere that they can sit, use the toilet and get a drink. It would have been brilliant if we could have seen the buses off-road. That would be an ideal outcome, I think. Notwithstanding, this has nothing to do with metro buses. This is about the kinetic buses, and the other regional buses will be able to use that particular space. This is a good response to what I think has been long overdue in terms of others doing what is required to ensure that our bus terminal facilities are at least at a standard that doesn't see people sitting on the ground of a shipping container waiting for connectivity.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We no longer sit as planning authority. We're just going to take a little 5-minute break. Councillor Britton. Yeah. 7, 8, 6 and 1. Okay, so just moving through the agenda at item 12. 12.1 is the Mayor announcements, with a considerable amount there undertaken by Councillor Harris. And I would like to say, Councillor Harris, that I very much appreciated the time in which you were able to take the reins as acting Mayor. What I came back to and the correspondence and the ways in which you were able to converse with the community and work through the office was really excellent. So I really do appreciate that. Though looking back, maybe I shouldn't have gone away. But anyway, we'll move past and we'll move forward from there. So looking now at councillor reports, starting off with Councillor Kai, I believe you have a report you'd like to make that
Thank you very much. I would like to make an announcement before I do my councillor's report. I was truly saddened to hear the passing of John Ball. John was a Launceston GP and a local champion of many community justice campaigns. He and his wife Caroline would attend council meetings and speak up for those who couldn't. John is an inspiration to our community and will be missed by many. His memory will forever remain in the hearts of all those he has touched. Our deepest sympathy are with Caroline and family.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to do my councillor's report. So on the 7th of March, I was one of 159 participants at the morning tea event hosted by QVMAG in celebration of International Women's Day. It was a fantastic opportunity to support our community through sharing and connection. The staffs at the Queen Victoria Museum and Art Gallery did an excellent job organising workshops over the 3 weeks leading up to the unveiling of 2 powerful artworks. Thank you to our QVMAG Public Programs Officer, Carmen Sita, for making this special day possible. Now, on the 16th of March, I attended the launch of Harmony Week at Civic Square alongside Councillor Harris. This wonderful event was organised by the Multicultural Council of Tasmania, World Street Eats and Welcome Cultural Services. The program featured music and dance performances from various cultural communities in Launceston, as well as delicious food from a range of culturally diverse businesses. Harmony Week is a time to showcase, acknowledge and celebrate Tasmania's rich diversity. And thank you to Rachel Valentine, the Event and Community Engagement Coordinator from the Multicultural Council of Tasmania. Harmony Day emphasises inclusiveness, respect and a sense of belonging for everyone. Additionally, it serves as an important reminder that Harmony Day coincides with the International Day for the elimination of racial discrimination, encouraging reflection and recognition of this significant occasion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Further councillor reports? Councillor Professor Razzo?
Thank you very much.
Just chuck your mic on, please.
I did attend the community dinner hosted by E12 Tasmania in collaboration with the Tasmania University Student Association, in which they focused on fighting food waste and celebrating sustainable solution and bringing people together. It is interesting how each family every week can throw away about 4 kilograms of food. I would like to mention that next Sunday, on the 30th of March, that we are having the Dementia Walking Day. This coming Sunday, and it will be at the Seaport walking track. Basically, it's simple walking from the Seaport Bridge to Stillwater and come back. And that will be like 3 kilometers a day. But guess what?
What?
If you come, you will receive a wonderful certificate of participation. And at the back of it, the benefits of walking. So anybody is welcome. So I hope to meet you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. Billy Elliot, as a young man growing up in a small community, this musical is everything and more, breaking boundaries left, right and centre. And when I say dance, it really is that feeling you can't control. That hits home loud and clear for me. Congratulations to Encore Theatre Company. Only a few shows left. Get your tickets today at the Princess Theatre. A place where everybody belongs. and that was very evident in Civic Square a few days ago. A truly multicultural, diverse, inclusive community event. It was wonderful to see Councillor Kai there. You've already spoken about it, and I also saw the acting mayor there as well. You were actually on the edge of the dance floor. Did you actually get on the dance floor in the end, or no? You were pretty close though. So congratulations to the team there. It was wonderful. And finally, congratulations to Launceston Ukulele Jamboree, especially Jackie Barnes. You have created such a wonderful community, and we thank you for your endless events that you and your team volunteer at. Councillor McMahon officially opened the Launceston Ukulele Jamboree Festival last Friday night at St Albie's. Jackie and her team welcome hundreds of uke fans and enthusiasts from across Tasmania, and indeed interstate visitors, all taking part in workshops and performances across multiple venues throughout the CBD. So thank you so much to Jackie Barnes.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just to not go over all of the things where I was officiating in your place, but just want to make mention of the launch of Launceston's Government Cottage book launch that happened at Petrarch's on the 13th of March. If you ever want to read an early history of how Launceston developed, I can certainly recommend this particular book, because Launceston's Government Cottage and the research that has been done on that is fantastic, and it really does tell the story. It is just a collection of stories, not necessarily about the house, but more what the house represented. And if you enjoy your history, as I do, I can certainly say go and add that to your collection. It is a limited book run. I think it is being made available at the QVMAG out at Inveresk, but certainly at Petrarch's bookshop in the city. And finally, I'd just like to say that I officiated the City of Launceston Community Christmas thank you to all of the volunteers who go in on Christmas Day, who give up part of their day on Christmas Day to help probably 300 or more other people who perhaps wouldn't have had a Christmas lunch if it wasn't for that committee. And I do, in fact, have a certificate, which I think we left in your office, to say thank you to you, Mayor, for your efforts, not only for this year, but I think in past years as well. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Councillor Harrison. Thank you again for helping keep the wheels turning. Further community reports from councillors? Okay, we'll move forward to questions by councillors. The questions by councillors on notice, they're published as a part of this agenda. So we'll move into questions without notice at 14.2. Any councillor questions without notice? Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. In the open portion of the now approved minutes from the previous council meeting, it reports that, and I quote, Council considered and approved the allocation of additional funding to the Albert Hall redevelopment and authorised the CEO to release to the public, where appropriate, the cost and scope of works for the project, end quote. A question, therefore, from a resident, will that be formally transacted through a budget amendment process that will be considered in open council?
Thank you. CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Happy to take it on notice to get a more formal response published in the agenda, and I think to also help with assisting with the response to the community. But broadly speaking, the resolution of council in that closed council meeting is council's formal endorsement of supporting that budget and project. But we'll get something published in the agenda also.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further comments? Further questions? Councillor Britton.
Just a question, just for some clarity. Obviously, let's not rehash anything, but over the last week, the councillors and any staff or anyone else who's been affected by anything that's happened, is the council offering anything? Are we doing anything to help facilitate them, make sure they're okay, etc., etc.?
Yep, and this is available at any time to any councillor. Yes. So I'll let the CEO reiterate around the programs in which we do have some serious support in place.
Thank you through the Chair, and thank you, Councillor Britton. Yes, most certainly we do, and our people and culture team are quite well advanced in this space, and we do have quite a robust employee assistance program which has been made available to staff, councillors and also direct spouses of staff and councillors at times. So yes, we do have things in place.
Councillor Harris.
Just a quick one. I was asked on Tuesday night, when will the bike centre be reopening and when will bookings be available?
Sure.
They were particularly interested in booking one in for March next year. But if you could perhaps pass on any information you may know in regard to the opening of the bike centre up in Lawrencevale Road.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. CEO.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Harris, for the long-awaited bike centre. I know we've got a lot of enthusiasm around officially opening it.
Yeah.
There was some infrastructure delays in terms of some additional requirements for that facility. In terms of an exact date and bookings, unfortunately, I don't have the exact answer, and I'm looking at a few of our expert staff who I don't think also have that answer for us, unfortunately. We will take it on notice, but rather than also just printing it in the next agenda, we'll get an answer quicker than that and circulate that to councillors in addition also.
Yes. Thank you. Any further questions without notice? Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Mayor. You've said publicly that you've been in contact with Ron Radke.
Yes.
In regards to commentary. Are you still in contact with him?
I haven't responded since sending through what was asked of me to councillors and council.
That's great. The CEO put out a response to that diatribe that was on the internet.
Yes.
And why didn't you put your name to that?
Sure. The CEO and I had spoken. I'd spoken through the channels here at council as well. I felt like it was appropriate, one, for it to come from a position of council instead of me personally, because I'd been so personally involved. I'd made some commentary on my own social medias, which is where this all started. I understand now that that hasn't been sufficient and hasn't been strong enough. It hasn't been as well received as I would have liked. But there also was I'll be very honest and transparent with you, there was a part of the way in which it was worded from the CEO, and I understand the CEO's position around this, that I personally didn't want to continue with my name continuing to fuel what has been an almighty horrible fire. So they were my two reasons. They were absolute my two reasons.
Thank you. No further questions.
No further questions. It's a courtroom today. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. The 16th of March, the post went up, Mayor, on your page.
Mm-hmm.
You were aware of the community commentary on the post.
Sure.
So why did it take you until the 26th of March to remove the post?
Sure. As I was speaking to the same question that was asked by Councillor Britton, there had been so much correspondence, so many notifications going forward. There'd been other posts that had been put forward. It had been pushed out of my feed. It wasn't something that I was able to keep an eye on at that time, and it just purely is my mistake and my misfortune of not thinking it through to delete it at that time. Fully my fault. I didn't think it had already passed beyond.
Do you see your page as your mayoral page or your personal page?
I've been very clear on saying this is not a mayoral page. It says it in my bio. If you have mayoral concerns, there is the email there for you to go through. That is my view, and that view, and I'm not saying it's still my same view now, I'm saying that now I will definitely have to reassess the way in which I approach my private page with the statement there as you go into it that says this is my view.
Yeah. You were recently on the ABC radio program with Leon Compton, and you said that you had reached out to the councillors involved. Do you still stand by that?
Oh, it's been very clear that there's been councillors that I've reached out to and spoken to, and there's been some councillors that have not been directly contacted by myself.
The two councillors that aren't here today, the two female councillors that aren't here today, did you reach out to both of them?
No, I didn't. I reached out to Councillor Dawkins as soon as this came to my attention, and in terms of Councillor McMahon, she has made her thoughts and feelings towards me very public internally and externally, and through the conversations that I had with other councillors, there was, in my opinion, no benefit to me contacting her. That was my interpretation and my choice from other conversations that I had when checking in with other councillors.
So do you think that statement that you made on radio is totally misleading?
I don't think it's misleading. You can be concerned about people's welfare. It doesn't mean that you're checking in on them. I'm generally concerned about anybody who has to face any kind of scrutiny like this or any of this behaviour. I would be incredibly concerned whether I was to reach out to them or not.
So you're honestly saying that you were really concerned when the post went up on the 16th, you had ample opportunity, respectfully, to take the post down. You were continually commenting, replying to people online on the 17th and right through, and then we had a meeting and I expressed my concerns to you, and the post still stayed up.
Councillor Palmer, I've answered this question that you have asked. I've answered it honestly. I've answered it truthfully. I'm very vulnerable today in the way in which I've been able to really address this issue, and I look forward to moving forward and to learn from this issue. So if we're going to reiterate questions that have already been answered, then we'll just have to move on to the next question. I have no problem asking questions. I have no problem taking questions. I took the notice of no confidence when I didn't have to because I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide.
And you still stand by the statement that you have copped the majority?
No, I've already answered this question in open question time with the public. If it was interpreted in the way in which I have said I took the brunt of it, that is absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. And if that's how it's been, I would like to find the recording of where it says that, and that's absolutely fine. If it's come across that way, then that is not my intention at all. Have I copped some of the brunt? Yes. Has it been the majority of it? Absolutely not.
I would strongly disagree with you, and I would respectfully say that our two councillors that aren't here today have definitely copped.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They have copped the brunt, not me.
Thank you. I listened to you.
I'm correcting you from the chair, saying that I'm sorry that if you've misinterpreted what I've said, but those two councillors have absolutely copped the brunt. Not me and Michelle. Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Two questions from me. Notwithstanding your comments just now, would you please reach out to Councillor McMahon?
Okay, thank you. If you feel like that's an appropriate way to do it from my personal reflection, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I rang you on Saturday to tell you that. I left a message to tell you that. I would appreciate you doing that.
Okay.
And ask that you do that. And my second question is, notwithstanding your response with regard to your social media page, are there any council staff who are administrators on your Instagram?
No, not one. Never.
Or Facebook
page? No, it's purely myself. At a time, I will say in 2014, I had administrators with my affiliation and my signing to the record label at Universal, but there is nobody else that has access to, not Michelle, no one else, just myself. Thank you for that clarifying question, mate. Councillor Walker?
Oh, I misspoke earlier when I said there was no further questions. So, one further question. On your week off, when you went to visit Adelaide, a couple of days before, you posted a photo from Carvilla Park, meeting with mayors, ex-mayors, councillors. So was that in a personal capacity? Or
absolutely it was.
In a personal capacity?
Yes.
And that was a personal invitation?
Yes, it was, from Trent, the former mayor.
But do you think he invited you as mayor?
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you. No further questions.
Yep. Any further questions around the table? Okay, we'll move forward to notices of motion. We have got the motion from Councillor Walker and Councillor Palmer with the Lilydale Falls Reserve. We don't have anyone noted to speak from the public around this one. So we'll move forward on to that recommendation. I'll read the full recommendations here, noting that there's been some further correspondence that you might not be privy to, Councillor Walker, but we can continue that conversation. The Council notes the importance of Lilydale Falls Reserve to the Lilydale community and surrounding areas and agrees to consult with the Lilydale community further on the future of the reserve, its use and development, including the permitting of mobile food vans. Notes the planning permit is required for Lilydale Falls to be used as a potential mobile food vendor site and seeks to remove Lilydale Falls Reserve from the schedule of mobile food vendor sites listed. So I've got Councillor Walker to move and Councillor Palmer to second. Councillor Walker.
Just if I could ask a question, I did hear that there may be an amended motion that was circulated. Is someone going to move an amended rather than let me speak to the actual, if that's the case, or should we just carry on?
So there was conversations around just noting it. CEO, would you like to just clarify your interpretation of what those further conversations were?
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Walker. Also, certainly to clarify, at workshop pre-council, there was a discussion in relation to this agenda item. particularly noting the desire for potentially further public consultation or a more engaging public consultation process in relation. We do believe, and the advice I did provide at workshop, that the will of the room and the intent, I believe, could be captured in the recommendation or motion, sorry, that you have presented in part 1 only, which would allow us to further seek a more direct public consultation process and community engagement with Lilydale, noting around the use of the reserve, its development, and particularly including the permitting of mobile food vans, of which, if that was to be moved and put, we would run that process and come back to a council with a more detailed report outlining what that public consultation told us.
Well, I have moved the motion as read at the moment, so I'm not going to sort of backtrack on that, and I'll speak to that, and if someone does move that, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much for that explanation, CEO. I was motivated, as councillors will understand, but for the listening public's benefit, that this policy that council have, which I highly commend, is for us to seek to have more mobile food vendors in various sites, notably council-owned sites, and to establish the requisite permissions and permits for that to take place. It is going to bring a more vibrant culture, food culture, to our streets, especially coffee culture, which I won't be against in any shape or form. Yet to my omission, which I have admitted, I was not aware at the time that Lilydale Falls was on that appendix list, Lilydale Falls Reserve. So I have expressed my concern that we have a convoluted approach to that particular area, and not to mention a community in Lilydale that do feel very strongly about what I suppose they would think is their reserve, quite rightly, even though, of course, it belongs to everyone, and we've probably all used it and utilised it at some point for different reasons. So with that in mind, we are noting the importance, and we're seeking to consult with the Lilydale community. I'm sure that consultation would be open to everyone of the Launceston community anyway, but especially the Lilydale community, because we have such a mixture there. We have overnight camping, which Launceston Council approves of. We have, of course, day travellers. It is a reserve. It does have natural values. Dorset Council has also identified it as the location where they might like to put a car park in to commence their future plan for a railway bicycle path. And then we also have the Lilydale community who would like to see some kind of path from the township to the reserve. So to add on top of that, the food vans, I think at this moment, all the other sites, there is no camping allowed at those sites. But in this one, I do feel as though we run the risk of mixing too many different uses in the one place. And I'm open to being convinced otherwise. I would just like to see that consultation take place. I do understand that removing Lilydale Falls Reserve from the schedule is probably more complex than I initially thought. I thought it might be just a matter of getting the old TIPEX out. But no, it would be rescinding the existing policy, I'm told, and replacing it with a new policy, all for one, what to say, 3 words in an appendix. I would have thought that a motion to amend would suffice. I'm happy for the CEO to speak to that, and as it stands, the motion is as read with notes points 1, 2 and 3 that I've just highlighted, but I'll just end with that question to explain the process around amending a policy of council.
Sure. CEO.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Walker. As per my commentary provided within the report, and people shouldn't fear that as some sort of obstructionist, however, it is actual advice around the process that is required under the Local Government Act. It does seem a little bit convoluted and a few steps in order to do it, but noting that there is a formal decision of the council of a policy of council, and an appendix forms part of that policy. Therefore, we are required to, as per the Act, go through the formal process. So I certainly understand the intent, and we're not trying to be obstructionist to that, but more or less actually protect the decision and protect the council, and making sure that should the policy ever be contested at some point in time, one of the easiest ways to contest it is in actual fact the process and the way in which it was approved. So it's merely the appropriate advice to make sure that when a decision is made, it's done in the appropriate manner.
Thank you, CEO. Does that clarify the question, Councillor Walker? Is that okay? Yep. Okay, Councillor Palmer is the seconder.
Thank you very much. Yeah, in relation to this, I thank Councillor Walker for bringing this forward, and I'm very happy to second it. For me, it was the community consultation. So in one of our last meetings, there was some wording around basically the community had not been consulted in relation to this. So that was a red flag to me. So I took it upon myself to travel to Lilydale and do some community consultation myself. Spoke to many of the local businesses within Lilydale, knocked on many doors and spoke to the residents. And it was a firm no in relation to the food van permit for the Lilydale Falls. There was one household that liked the idea, but the majority of the Lilydale community did not want the food van at the Lilydale Falls. The reason behind that was basically Lilydale is a smaller community. They want people to stop and look around the CBD of Lilydale, and there was concerns around the cafes, not from the cafes, there was concern from the residents that people would simply bypass Lilydale and continue on to the Lilydale Falls, or coming the other way, get their coffee or whatever it might be from the falls and not even stop in Lilydale and explore the wonderful place that it is. So that was my concern, and it is the majority concern of Lilydale. So that's my reason for hopefully getting Lilydale Falls removed from this. And just like Councillor Walker, I also note that the policy back in October, I overlooked that Lilydale was on that, and for that I am sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris, then Councillor Gibson. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I will perhaps preface my comments by saying, should this motion fail, then I'm happy to move an alternate motion that only encompasses step item 1, which talks about having a consultation with the residents of Lilydale, but the permitting of the food van will in fact stay, because it is much simpler and it is a much better message that we send to our community. So I will move that alternate motion should this one fail, because I am suggesting to my fellow councillors that you vote against this motion. Vote against this motion, not because we don't want to consult with our community about how Lilydale Falls should be used, but in fact, it is the message we send to the community. Launceston is underrepresented in the 25 to 35-year-old age group. This is the area of young entrepreneurs. These are the areas where a young entrepreneur will look at what the council is doing and saying that says, yes, I'm prepared to have a go. They have opened up for 10 areas for me to potentially take a food van through. Now, buying a food van and setting it up is not a cheap experience, but it's generally cheaper than buying an existing business or, in fact, starting a new one from scratch. The other advantage of a food van is that if it doesn't work in one location, you can move it to another one to enable it to perhaps try your luck there. Because I also feel that whilst this is it's an okay location, you're trying to stop people 2 kilometres after they've left Lilydale if they're heading north, or you're trying to stop them 2 kilometres short of Lilydale. And so therefore the potential for it is, as a viable food van long-term location, is probably quite small. However, it would make a wonderful change. And in fact, I would refer to my experience at Shearwater, where every Christmas there I have a food van trucks, probably 15 food trucks, turn up around the Surf Lifesaving Club, and the local takeaways business drops off from the normal start time of 5:30. But by 7 o'clock, it's full worth on, because everybody has made the decision I'm not going to cook tea tonight. They go down to where the food trucks are, and the lines are 45 minutes long, so they say, some of them will go back to the local takeaway, so they've already made the decision not to have food. So I think that having said that, if this is done correctly, and perhaps if an alternative offering is offered out at the Lilydale Falls Reserve on an ad hoc basis, it in fact will grow the pie and in fact encourage entrepreneurism and that within our citizens here in the city, as well as adding that much needed vibe, because they not only will be able to travel to Lilydale, they'll be able to travel over to Riverbend Park, they'll be able to go up to West Launceston and Somerdale, and also out at the St Leonard's picnic ground, where currently they operate somewhat illegally on an ad hoc basis. And in fact, there is often camping going on in that park ground. So there's probably at least that reserve that is very similar to the Lilydale Falls, even if the camping is not necessarily permitted with a sign, it certainly does occur there. So my suggestion is that we say thank you to Councillor Walker for bringing this motion. We don't approve it in its current form because of the steps as outlined by our CEO that would be necessary to take all of those areas back and then bring a third motion to actually start for the rest of the 9 out of the 10 or whatever the number is. Far better for us to say, yes, we listen to you at Lilydale, we'll come and talk to you about it, but we'll just leave that permit for the mobile food van there as part of what we end up doing, because ultimately the market will decide. The free market will decide. If your business is going well, if you see a new offering up the road, then you have 2 choices to either respond or by lifting your game or changing your market if they're going to take all of your particular market share. And that is the commercial world we live in, and that is why there was relevance. There was a letter about council being very careful with competition policy, because we do not ask when a new shop wants to open the other existing shopkeepers who sell similar things whether they agree or not. And that is really what we have to be very careful we don't do, and that's why I'm suggesting that we vote against this motion as put, and perhaps look at a slightly smaller amended motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. Look, I've decided that, the point 1 for me means that if this motion gets supported, it doesn't mean into the future there won't be a food van at Lilydale Falls. It means at the moment, based on those councillors who did actually do the work, went down, knocked on the doors, the expression at the moment is that the community isn't ready for that. If that's the way it goes, so be it. What I would say, though, is we have to be really careful. We wanted public art in the mall. There was an uproar. We moved the public art out of the mall. We wanted food vans in the mall. There was a public uproar from a couple of food providers, bricks and mortar food providers, 2 blocks away. There's no food, no mobile vendors in the mall. And so we want to get rid of one-way traffic. We want to move the bus stops. We have to be just careful about what we do and the expectation, not only for our community, but our people who are actually working on this and wanting to make a meaningful difference. Now, that being said, there have been 2 opportunities. The advertisement with regard to the 11 locations where members of the community and bricks and mortar businesses could have had the opportunity to provide a representation, and then a second opportunity when they're advertised as part of the development application. That being said, are the councillors much more closely in tune with the vibe of Lilydale community, which is different than the other 10 locations, and it's on that basis that I could support this, knowing that at point number 1, when we look at the falls and what it means in its entirety into the future, that we could again look at the opportunity for food vans to be included through some consultation work there. Who knows, perhaps eventually, similar to Waverley, our next location for our asset-based development site could be Lilydale. Councillor Palmer and I said that about 3 years ago in the car. Wouldn't that be wonderful? and perhaps that work could be undertaken then. So look, I don't mind which way it goes. The consultation at point 1 means it's not a no forever. If that gives those councillors who are more closely connected with Lilydale a little more surety for the community and for those businesses that the town really does depend on. So let's be clear on that. You hear of, you know, the handing over of the pub or the inn or bakery or whatever it is, you know, and they're lost when it does close or change hands. So I understand it's different. So it's in that line of thinking that I would recommend, or not recommend, I would support the motion, not to undermine all of the work that we've done, but rather because I can conceptualise that the Lilydale requirements are a little different. The fact that councillors now are more in tune with that now than they were in October last year is okay. Those things happen. You have to be flexible. But our people are doing great space in the placemaking world. If this gets up, this in no way is a reflection on what great wheels are turning in that space. It is literally that councillors have done a little more in-depth determining that their position has changed from October last year. Full stop. That's it. And then when work in future iterations is undertaken in Lilydale, then we could come back to that at that point if it gets up.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments around the table? Councillor Kai?
Thank you to all the speakers. I've sat and listened to everyone who has spoken, and I'm going to support Councillor Walker's motion because we do still have 10 better sites, because we did have 11 on the list, so -1 out, we've still got 10 great sites. There will still be opportunities for young entrepreneurs to park their food van at these other sites that's going to be available to them. And pretty much, I think we need to do all three, because I am there thinking, you know, if we were to do what Councillor Harris has talked about, which is just number 1, then the question comes back to, well, after the consultation, if the results come back, which is the same as what Councillor Palmer has done, then do we come back to this again to have it removed, or do we just say, okay, we've done it now, it doesn't matter, we move on? So I'm thinking in that sense. Well, that was a question.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
So Susie's question is around, Councillor Kai's question is, if the number 1 only gets done and the Lilydale committee comes back and says, no, we don't want it, do we then still follow the process that is what originally is recommended to us? Yeah. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
So CEO, to clarify.
Okay.
Thank you through the Chair, and thank you, Councillor Kai. Just a couple of things in there. The further report will outline or summarise the public consultation process that has occurred, which will then provide an opportunity for any councillor then to take any action should they see fit, which could be in line with what Councillor Walker is proposing, or it could be to stick with the original decision of council because the consultation may support that, it may not. What's also important to highlight, and the thread I'm picking up here in the conversation, is there is obviously direct reference to Lilydale, and I understand that, and that's also very important. But if we're going to set a precedence that when we're going to do public consultation on a policy specific to one area of Launceston, I would just exercise caution. That's a broad policy statement, because when we're doing public consultation, we should be inviting all of the people of Launceston to participate.
Thank you. Councillor Britton?
Thank you very much. I rise to support the motion today. As Councillor Gibson said, Lilydale is a little bit different to the CBD of Launceston. My family comes all the way back from St Mary's in the Fingal Valley, and I know how important the little corner store is and the pub and all the rest. And it's obvious that at this table, there is no one who directly represents Lilydale, except for the unofficial mayor, Councillor Palmer. And look, this policy that we adopted does directly affect the businesses and the residents of Lilydale. Their voices probably weren't heard, and that's no fault of anyone. This whole policy is a good idea. We've opened up 9 other 10 places for these mobile food vans to go, and obviously the alarm bells were raised at the 11th hour. A few questions were asked, and I do believe that their voices should be heard. As stated, Lilydale is different to the CBD of Launceston, and for that reason, I will be voting in favour of it today. That's not to say...
Is that as written, Councillor Britton, or as foreshadowed by Councillor Harris? So as written is to remove. Councillor Harris is to do the community consultation before removing.
I'll retain the 10. Right. No.
A point of order, commentary from the table, Chair.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Sorry, can I just get some clarification now?
Yes.
I'm not sure what I'm...
Yep, CEO. So just a clarification on the foreshadowed Councillor Harris comments and what's written.
That's not necessary.
That one has to fail. The first one as written has to fail to then vote on what's been foreshadowed by Councillor Harris, but I'll let the CEO do the clarifications.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can see Councillor Walker is equally as excited to maybe clarify. As I understand it, the motion has been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Palmer as printed. That is recommendations 1, 2 and 3. Councillor Harris has foreshadowed that in the event that that is not supported, he will then move recommendation 1 only as printed within the agenda.
A question, Councillor Harris?
Yeah. So a question that would follow that is, what will be the process if this motion succeeds as proposed with 1, 2 and 3 from a council perspective to the other 10 sites?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Harris, a report will be presented at the next council meeting for formal rescission of the decision that was made in October. And should that then be supported by council, so you have to have a second vote on this matter, then we will go away and make the changes as endorsed through the rescission motion and then bring it back to council a meeting after that for council's final endorsement. What I should flag is once you open up the policy, you open up it in its entirety, not just one location. Yes, the intent of this motion is most certainly to look at one location, but I do flag that should anyone wish to add or remove any other locations at that time, they would have the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Further questions? That clarify anything further for you, Councillor Britton? Have a think while Councillor Gibson...
A question if I can. Can I... through the mighty power of the council, how can we not just remove this one area? I mean, if we're all in agreement.
CEO around the procedures.
Thank you. Through the chair and Councillor Britton, as I indicated earlier and as per the report, that the Local Government Act doesn't give any wiggle room once you, essentially, if I can give a cliche, to cook an egg and then try and unscramble it is a little bit tricky when you're dealing with legislation. However, it is clear that once a decision of council is made, and that is what has occurred here, last year a decision was made by the council, in fact it was carried unanimously from those in attendance, therefore to change that even slightly or in its entirety does require a rescission motion as per the Act. So it does seem a little clunky and it does seem a little disjointed. I can acknowledge that and appreciate that. In the absence of doing that, you are exposed as a council then for potentially not following appropriate process in making a decision, which would then open the council up to potential risk of someone challenging that decision at some point and would have reasonable grounds in that challenging process.
Further question, Councillor Gibson, I believe.
Thanks for that, and I agree. I guess my point is at the next meeting there would be a report to rescind the endorsement of the policy, so in effect to overturn the decision from October 2024, and then at the next meeting there would be a new policy tabled which would take into effect the removal of Lilydale Falls Reserve and it would be presented to us as a new policy for endorsement with only 10 things listed. And my word, it would be a brave councillor at that meeting who decided then, on the third attempt, to change it. And my word, our people would almost go on strike, I think, who are trying to enact some vibe with regard to our decisions. I definitely appreciate the process, but is that the case then, that those words of the removal of Lilydale Falls Reserve would be formally taken out of the policy that would be presented in 6 weeks' time?
Yes. The answer is yes. Any further comments around the table? Any further clarification, CEO?
Sorry, thank you through the chair. And I'm just picking up on the comments I made earlier, and my apologies for not even picking this up earlier, even in workshop. And I just want to bring this to council's attention, particularly the mover and the seconder, based on my comments before around community consultation. The motion is specific to consult with the Lilydale community, and that is obviously the intent of your motion, and I understand that. But I just want to reiterate, I believe our approach should be consistent in terms of consulting with the broader community. I appreciate you may have a direct interest with Lilydale here, and I understand that, and that would be part of this. But you are also saying that if you are not within Lilydale, we're not going to seek your opinions in relation to this policy and proposed change.
Councillor Walker?
Point of order, if I may, Chair. I think, yeah, and I do take your note there, CEO, but I think we have strayed somewhat from the discussion in terms of relevance. We're discussing the alternate motion when we should be discussing this motion.
Yep, fair.
And I would be more than happy if someone moves to amend that, and I would also be happy if someone amended the final point, where instead of seeking to remove it, it says if consultation supports its removal, then we seek to remove it. Right? Because I can see that I have erred on both of those points. So I'm just encouraging someone to amend it rather than us go through an alternate motion. I do say Lilydale community and the surrounding areas. I'm happy for that to be, the Launceston municipality. But if not, I'll close.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson?
I guess moving forward, if this is endorsed, we wouldn't just consult with regard to the Lilydale Falls with Lilydale. So moving forward, if indeed this motion is supported in its entirety, 1, 2 and 3, when we eventually get to a point in time where we're looking at the importance of Lilydale Falls, and we will where it says we will consult with the Lilydale community. I guess another process, correct me if I'm wrong, would encapsulate that. Is that how you read it? We wouldn't pass this, amend the policy and do a piece of consultation specific to the Lilydale Falls Reserve, would we, in response to this? Okay. A whole body of work. Maybe there needs to be a comma after including permitting of mobile food vans, comma, I'm wordsmithing, so don't take this, when a strategic body of work is undertaken into the future regarding the falls. The reserve. So we're saying, by doing that, we're not saying we're going to stop everything and go out and do the body of work, because otherwise you need some stoppers, or else you're changing the policy, doing consultation on what the reserve means. It's just a big body of work that no one's prepared or planned for, in my view. So, CEO, with your Section 65 hat on, do you think, how could we achieve that?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Gibson, I agree with the words in part, and being someone who's very particular about language and the words you provided, and I appreciate that was sort of trying to find a resolution on the spot, then one would be trying to find out what a strategic body of work is, and then that will probably have staff delving into lots of, is it a strategic plan, is it a budget, is it a long-term financial plan? I could see, respectfully, people probably going off in what they think is the right direction, but may not necessarily achieve what we want. So I understand the intent of the motion. I'm pretty sure there's some angst potential around a decision of council that's been made. Perhaps we could remove point 1, keep 2 and 3 is advice that's just come from my governance team. That's planning permit required, 6 to remove. That would, okay, now I'm picking this up on the fly here. 2 and 3 would essentially just say then we are going to undertake the rescission process and bring it back. It's that simple. That would not pick up the public consultation request that I feel was coming through quite strongly, particularly at workshop earlier. The other alternative is we could perhaps defer this and word it accordingly. And I appreciate that's probably not what the mover and the seconder are looking for, but the old saying, hurry slowly, sometimes delivers the best possible result accordingly.
Councillor Britton?
I'll momentarily
withdraw my amendment. I was only going to try and amend it, but I think I can have a go at making an amendment.
Give it a crack.
Can we keep option 1 and be rid of option 2 and option 3, and as soon as that amendment comes to us, we essentially look at whatever the residents of Lilydale give us and just bring it back to this almost same decision.
Yep. So that's, I would say, in my interpretation, is what's on the table with the foreshadowed option from Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, and perhaps I would foreshadow, I would, perhaps Councillor Walker might agree to me amending his motion, so rather than having get a second motion up, but amend this motion by removing item 2 and 3, and probably inserting the words Lilydale or Launceston and Lilydale community, so it is wider than just Lilydale on the future of the reserve, and then we see where we go from there.
Any further comments before we close? Anything further to clarify from the CEO?
I would be happy to move that as an amendment if the proposer and seconder are happy to do that. I think that's all we need, isn't it? I needed 3.
Doesn't change it too much.
Okay.
Yep. No, I'm happy to move the amendment.
Yep. Just checking through governance.
Now, do I need a seconder for that?
So what are you moving?
To remove 2 and 3.
Yep. And to add and Launceston.
Yeah.
Is that because we don't feel like community and supporting areas is strong enough to represent further than?
It's just the first step. The second will be our community only. On the consultation to Lilydale community. It's Lilydale and surrounds.
Yeah, it says that, and surrounding areas. Now we'll just go through the CEO around some of this process before we get too far gone.
Thank you through the chair, if I may, Councillor Harris. I think you and I are on a very similar page, and if I can just simplify perhaps a little bit more for your consideration. So as you've somewhat got there, notes the importance of the Lilydale Falls Reserve, and agrees to public consultation on the future of the reserve, including the permitting of mobile food vans, full stop. And just to be clear, I've also removed at the very beginning there the reserve to the Lilydale community and surrounding areas, because essentially, as part of our council area, it should be important to all of us.
Sure. So just getting clarification from the mover and the seconder around the amendment.
No, we need a seconder.
Oh, so we're moving, okay.
So I'm happy to second the amendment.
So we've got a mover and a seconder of the amendment, which is now displayed on screen.
Yeah.
Not quite. So the amended motion will now ask the council to go and consult with the broader community about the Lilydale Falls Reserve and its use and development, and including the use of mobile food vans. Now, I'm quite happy to leave that and permitting the use of mobile food vans, because I'm assuming that at some point in time, all 11 sites that we have identified in our initial report that we're rolling out, any one of those could be removed as a site by a new motion from the council at some future point. So should consultation and the wisdom of the cat table decide not to allow it, that would be the way to do it, without putting the current other 10 sites out of play till we bring them back through in 6 weeks' time. And I think that also sends a very important message that we are still a council keen to make our cities more enlivened and support entrepreneurship and things like that, which I think is really important. And so very happy that Councillor Walker and Councillor Palmer have agreed to this amendment. Well, I think they have, but I hope they do if they don't. Thank you.
Is the second to Councillor Gibson?
Look, just briefly, I mean, I hope the placemaking team can still keep a bit of ownership over this, because obviously it's going to be much broader with regard to the future of the reserve. It's quite broad in terms of the consultation that's going to be undertaken. So that being said, we'll get to the point where the explicit responses with regard to mobile food vendors will come back. Presumably then we will consider the impact of the consultation, and then at some point we will seek to rescind or not the policy and then deal with the DA application, which is currently on ice as well, waiting to come back to the council table to be considered. So I'll finish with a question. CEO, notwithstanding that the task has grown a bit in terms of the work needed to undertake the consultation on the reserve in its entirety, do you envisage then it will come back to council as a body of work for us to then decide with regard to food vans explicitly?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, to Councillor Gibson. I'm satisfied in terms of the motion is more or less directing a public consultation process, and it opens it up, yes, to the reserve, particularly around mobile food vans. From that, we take that as we will go and run a public consultation process. A report will come back to council summarising all of that, all the commentary that comes from the community around the reserve, and in particular commentary on the mobile food vans. That then should form the basis for council to consider at that point whether community sentiment supports a removal of the food van or whether in fact it stays in place. Removal will then trigger, if supported, a rescission process. If the council choose not to go down that path, that is the time we will bring the DA back for the formal approval.
Thank you. And one subsequent question. I know our public engagement is outstanding, award-winning, in fact. Notwithstanding the work that Councillor Palmer has undertaken with the bricks and mortar, could we, and this is just, I guess, for you to note, could we explicitly, and we don't need to include it, but could we ensure that our consultation includes some direct communication with the bricks and mortar businesses, as well as all of our standard channels, which will engender a bigger response from the public more generally?
Absolutely. Through the chair, noted.
Thank you.
Councillor Palmer, then Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am struggling with this amendment. I am just got to voice my concerns. My original thoughts on this were for the consultation to be done in Lilydale, not as is. Let's go. Not as in. Is it still there?
Oh, we got some updates for your track too. Mm-hmm.
We're back? Yeah. Yeah, I do have concerns about broadening it up to the whole of the Launceston community. That wasn't the point in me coming forward and expressing my views in relation to this. It was directly targeted at Lilydale and the community of Lilydale. you know, their voices, what was being told to me from the community wasn't being heard, and consultated with. So I do struggle with this amendment, and yeah, I look forward to other speakers and what they've got to say.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Walker.
I'll take full ownership and responsibility for this kerfuffle. And look, I will support that because I think that by and large, it will be the people in the vicinity who would be most likely to respond to any consultation. It could be anyone, and we should be always open to that. But I think already my understanding is the community of Lilydale is aware of this process, so they would be the ones, if they wish to express, that will be the loudest voices in this process. So, you know, I do take responsibility insofar of, my point 3 should have possibly just said that, you know, if the consultation comes back adverse, that then we would seek to change the policy. And that was probably where I made a mistake there. So I accept that. Now that's gone. But that, you know, we'll live for another day. But let me just speak to a couple of things. First of all, you know, let's just acknowledge the great work of our staff in this area. I'm sorry that this has become such a kerfuffle. Let's acknowledge that Launceston Council has opened 10, or is in the process of opening 10 new sites for mobile food vendors. That's going to be great. We're going to be able to see the results of that. The vendors themselves are going to be able to feel the market and how it works. But let's not say that let the market decide on everything. As I say many times, let me open a hot dog stand in City Park and see how it goes. If it's all about the free market, then let me do it. That's not the case, is it? Now, it's not all about the business owners either, and I do note in the officer reports that they note that they did not consult with business owners. I will make it clear that I did not mention business owners in my notice of motion, and so I was a little bit disappointed that that was the inference that was made, that this is about business owners. It never was for me. It was about the concept of Lilydale Reserve, what it means to the adjoining areas. And that's probably different things for different people. I accept some people are going to say, put a food van in there, let's go. And other people are going to say, can you just leave it alone? We you know, at the moment, if we put one in there, we have no ability to control the hours that go on that. That's not part of, you know, that planning process. That's problematic. So I'm just asking, let's put a bit more thought into it, which we are doing. Let's do that consultation and say, look, this is a special area. Can we put can we put one here too? I don't think our position has changed on anything in regards to mobile food vending. I think we're all firmly in support of it, grateful for the work that's been done. Let's go forward and let's just have a close look at this one. And I think we'll get some interesting responses. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, putting it to the vote then. The vote, just to be very sure, is what's now displayed on the screen, not as written or published in the agenda. So all those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. What? Okay, so now that we've put through that amendment, which has now become the substantial motion, we now need to vote again on that actual motion itself. So, straight into it, happy to go straight into it. All of those in favour, we've voted on that we are happy with this wording. Now we're voting on this to become the substantial motion. So that's, again, all councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay. 15.2 is the notice of motion with the Dutch elm tree with Councillor Walker. Fantastic. Excited to have this conversation. Yeah, it's good. We've got the recommendation here. I'll just read 4 and 5. Agrees to immediately seek the expertise of an arborist skilled in the relocation of the established trees, that is plural, to do an initial assessment of feasibility, recommending immediate steps that are appropriate for the preparation and timing of such an operation. If feasibility intimately seeks a formal agreement, if feasible, with Stadiums Tas to facilitate the relocation of the Dutch elm tree to an as yet to be determined suitable location. Moved by Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And I did not see that plural trees had slipped into that particular recommendation. So I hope that we can. I can stand to move the amended motion of the singular tree there, and that would be acceptable to the seconder of the motion.
Yep, that's fine. It's been accepted by the seconder, Councillor Pentridge, I'm sure. Yep, got the nod.
Out there. Now, look, I can't. I have. Can't claim credit for this idea. I don't wish to claim credit for it. I just know that there are people who are specialised in this area who have looked at the situation and have said that this is eminently achievable. I know that it's been suggested elsewhere, but it is going to take a combined effort of Council and Stadiums Tasmania if it is to succeed. That's why this steps out those processes, the steps involved. I do know that since the lodging of this particular notice of motion, that the CEO has reached out to Stadiums Tasmania, I believe, and there has been more commentary than perhaps what's included in the officer's comments, because there's not much included in the officer's comments. So I might ask, before I conclude, if we can have those officer comments.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair, and thank you, Councillor Walker. And again, our apologies for officers' comments, but we were sort of pushing the 9th hour by the time received, so apologies we weren't able to print much in the agenda. As promised and as discussed, particularly at workshop today, I have reached out to the relevant project owner for this particular project in relation to the tree and the intended motion before you today. I've had advice from them today saying that they are doing some investigative work as to if this motion was to get up, and particularly in relation to could the tree be relocated. So they're certainly not instantly adverse to the idea. Preliminary, and I only say preliminary because this is not guaranteed and detailed, but appreciate tight timeframes here. There has been some initial advice, independent advice, that suggests a potential relocation could take up to 2 years for relocation. It could be less, but let's always plan for the worst and aim for the best. That is to ensure the tree has the best possible survival rate, because the last thing we would want to do in this case, if we were to go down this path, is to move in quick and hope for the best but not achieve, given the amount of money that is actually involved to do this. And there's been some indicative, and I stress indicative, this is not the guaranteed amount, but it's circa $400,000 in order potentially to undertake the relocation of the tree. So it could delay project timelines, but certainly has some cost implications. What is not known is who would wear those cost implications if the request is of Council. And that's the only update I can provide you at this time. Sorry.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you for the question and clarification, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And so then I will conclude with that further information. Of course, this is not committing us to any of that. Neither is it asking to commit Stadiums Tasmania to any of that. It would be to seek that initial assessment of the tree that would include that feasibility, recommending immediate steps and all the details that would go with it. It would be an expensive tree at $400,000, but it'd also be a magnificent tree if it was to be located in what some areas have been suggested, such as Riverbend Park or another location within York Park, which might indeed reduce those costs if you're only moving it 50 metres or 100 metres. But we're not to know, and we will never know if we don't follow this process. I think that's the point here. Really, all we're looking at as an immediate step is point 4 to immediately seek, and this is for Council to immediately seek the expertise of an arborist skilled in the relocation of established trees, to do so, an initial assessment of feasibility, and that's where we go from. If we're told that, look, this is not feasible, there's a sewage pipe going right through the roots of the tree or whatever it might be, we don't know. We're not experts in that matter. I have been told if there aren't those things, that it is feasible. That's what we wish to find out. And I do hope that my fellow councillors will support it. It's interesting that it comes on a day where we had to vote on a DA where there was a tree that we would all love to see stay, but unfortunately there was no pathway for that. Here there is a pathway. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. So I've got Councillor Pentridge as the seconder.
I'm only just starting to recover from $400,000. I can't look. There is some merit in allowing. When thanks to my brother, we saved 3 trees recently, 3 very old trees, and I didn't think it would happen, but for the sake of the exercise, we did, thanks to Chris Calvary, and like as I said, my brother, we did. All 3 of them have thrived and have bore fruit, and it's been a success. I think we had another tree conversation earlier on today. I think we need to have a look at this, and then we can make a decision on the 400,000 at some later date, right? But if we can move these things, I think 400,000 is a bit excessive, but let's look at it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Right? Cool. Just to make that point, $400,000 is a lot of money to save a tree that might not survive. So let's think about it, do some research, and then go from there.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? Councillor Gibson.
Look, just briefly, I don't think the 400,000 should be the takeaway because we don't know that. And I think I'm not sure of the skills of the arborist that will engage. I expect they're not going to be terribly skilled at the costing of large trees from point A to point B, but they may be able to at least assist us with regard to engaging someone around that. Specifically for me, what I think point 4 will do is the experienced arborist, like we've seen with other arborists' reports, will talk to us about the likelihood of a tree surviving such impact as a move. It'll talk to us about its structure and whether or not it would be safe to relocate. Lots of questions around safety of other large trees. Presumably when you move a tree and upset its root system, it's going to be potentially weaker. I don't know. I'm not an arborist. I think point 4 will draw the line under all of the other points if we support the motion, because point 4 is where the rubber will hit the road, and it will then need to be considered in order for the other things, if they are to occur.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson. I had a question, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you. I think the Mayor has, the CEO has answered my question, and that was about whether we'd had any further information. Perhaps if I just might make a couple of comments. One is, I'm happy for us to look at this and, as says, seek the expertise of an arborist. From my research, the Dutch elm trees tend to have surface roots rather than a big taproot, which probably makes it somewhat easier to relocate as it doesn't have a very deep taproot. However, you would probably be best cutting around it, leaving it for a while, hence why the 2-year time frame. And I'm very aware that the 2-year time frame would certainly not be acceptable to Stadiums Tasmania. And as such, you know, we might end up having to take either a quick and dirty relocation and hope for the best because of timing and or cost. Because certainly $400,000, I think we could find, particularly if Stadiums Tasmania were to turn around and say, well, that will be you paying that cost you asked for us to save the tree. So that's my comments on this.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Any further clarification from the CEO?
Thank you. Through the Chair, if I may just draw to the mover's attention in reference to the motions, particularly the agreement and the MOU, and then recommendation 6, which says should be ratified before a decision on the DA, etc. Might I suggest, if you were to move 1 and 2, as they are, and then just recommendation 4, but at the end of 4, perhaps add to be reported back to Council and Stadiums Tasmania, which in essence is an act of good faith of council. That gives us the direction immediately to actually go and undertake the arborist report and present it back to council. So you would get it back as soon as it was completed, as well as Stadiums Tasmania having a copy of it. I'm just mindful that that actual work by the arborist could very well get lost in a process of legalities of drafting MOUs and so forth, and then bringing that back to council, because respectfully I would be cautious in engaging any of council's resources until those agreements were ratified by council.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, Chair, then you're saying that that you'd be cautious of expending councillor resources on a report before any agreement is in place?
Yes, thank you. Through the Chair, yes, Councillor Walker, if that was there in terms of item 4, but knowing that you've also explicitly asked for a formal agreement and an MOU without knowing what the MOU would contain in terms of costs and who knows what else in terms of conditions, I wouldn't want to expose the council to potentially expending money versus an MOU that then may be approved by council that suggests we don't do it and we ask Stadiums Tasmania to do it. So I think it's the cart before the horse mentality, respectfully. If we actually go off and do the work, there's nothing stopping us from doing the work. We presently own that tree and that site. We could go and do the work. We could engage an appropriate arborist. We could have the report completed, hopefully relatively quickly. I don't know what that would cost. I've not asked or sought quotes for that work, but that would put us in a position to actually have the information also as a council, and then I think it would be fair to share that with the applicant, Stadiums Tasmania also.
Any further comments around the table before we get to Councillor Walker to close perhaps, or to take any of that on board, or further questions, comments, contributions from the table? Councillor Walker closes, it's how it is. Written.
Going once. Look, I will close, and I hear the CEO's concerns. You know, I've already moved this motion now. I don't think I can sort of backtrack on that. It just, you know, to try and sum it up briefly, we're not arborists. Yeah, we know that. We need the expertise of an arborist. We know that. There might be conflicting ideas from arborists. One may say you can, one may say you can't. Mm-hmm. These are all issues I can't deal with because I'm not an arborist. But I can at least put this on the agenda for ourselves and for Stadiums Tasmania. It's not imposing the cost on us. It's not imposing the cost on them. It's putting it in the limelight for us and for Stadiums Tasmania and for the community. And it's just up until point 4. Yes, we might have to go out and spend $3,000, $5,000, whatever, getting an arborist report, looking at the infrastructure, looking at the quality of the tree, blah, blah, blah. We already have a wealth of that information. You know, it could be virtually a desktop report, I suppose, that comes back and says, yes, this could be done, or this is impossible, or something in between. Then we can, as point 5 says, if feasible, we can seek that formal agreement. And I will just say, the other complicating factor, of course, is that there is a DA currently in process where I think has closed for consultation. I might be wrong. It's been lodged. I'm not quite sure. I think it has. Comments have closed on that, so that is in the pipeline. It may come to the next meeting. It may come to the meeting after. It may come to the meeting after. Not the point. I suppose the point there is I did not want this to impede the process of that. They are two separate things. Secondly, I wanted this agreement, if it is at all possible, to occur before that DA, because that DA essentially allows Stadiums Tasmania to remove the tree. That's about the story in a nutshell. I hear the CEO's concerns. I don't think they are sufficient to stop this process. It commits no one to anything other than a report from a skilled arborist, not an amateur one.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Palmer, Harris and Britton against. The motion is carried. Okay, committee reports. Heritage Advisory Committee report on the 11th of December at 16. Recommendation is to receive the report. Somebody please to move. Councillor Kai, seconded. Councillor Pentridge, Councillor Kai.
Thank you. In our last Heritage Advisory Committee meeting, we had some great discussions which are outlined in the report, but I would like to extend my thanks to our Heritage Officer, Jess Horton, for organising the meeting at the new St Luke's building, followed by a tour of the facility. Right. Here are a couple of interesting points from the meeting that I would like to highlight. So the first point is the request to silence the Launceston Post Office clock tower during the night.
Oh, yes.
So Nigel Freestone, the team leader of Building Asset Investigations, spoke about the complaints that Council has received regarding the clock tower chimes ringing overnight. He explained that there are about 3 to 5 complaints received per year. Ian Borsman from Heritage Tasmania advised that stopping the chimes would require a development application and approval from the Heritage Council. So currently the clock tower pauses the Westminster chimes and quarter-hour chimes at 11 p.m. and then starts again at 6 a.m. So over that period, it's just the hourly chimes.
Okay.
The committee has provided unanimous support for the bells to continue chiming as they have been ringing through the city for over 110 years. They are closely linked to the city's sense of place and considered historically and socially significant. The second point is regarding the Longford Academy sponsorship, which is part of our Heritage Skills Grant. So we're excited to announce that the City of Launceston will be sponsoring 2 places at the Longford Academy, and this initiative aims to equip more tradespeople in the community with special skills for heritage maintenance projects. The grant is open to local tradespeople living in or whose workplace or business is within the Launceston municipality. And in our meeting next week, we will find out who the 2 lucky recipients will be. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Kai. Councillor Pentridge, anything to add as the seconder? Fantastic. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I really appreciated receiving that verbal report about the Launceston Post Office clock tower. And I reckon that's the kind of example where a formal motion arrived at by the Heritage Committee could be tabled for endorsement by the Council. What a strong message it would send if there was a motion that was ratified by this Council to endorse, as Councillor Kai said, the bells continuing to ring as they have. If you picked up this agenda and read Launceston Post Office clock tower, you would think, well, what did they consider? They're going to knock it down. They're going to keep it. They're going to change the colour. They're going to get rid of there's nothing there.
Okay.
So, you know, I think here is a classic example where the committee structure could be stronger, that the determination that Councillor Kai reported on could be a formal motion, which is then endorsed by this Council and thus adds to the strength of our committees.
Sure. Councillor Gibson, if you don't mind, if I elaborate a little on that this came about through some community correspondence through the Mayor's office, and then that question of silencing them was then sent to the committee, and then this report has come back, which then I think is the perfect example of how consultation and concern from communities comes through and gets the expertise or the committees that are put forward, in which a drafted notice of motion to stop the bells didn't directly come straight to us at the table. It went through the channel of the committee. So I really do appreciate your feedback there, and I thank Councillor Kai and Councillor Pentridge for their representation on that board too. It's good. Further comments? Okay, anything to close, Councillor Kai?
I could just explain a little bit more. So it seems like the complaints that we were receiving were mainly from the hotels close by. So, yeah, so pretty much from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m, it's only the hourly chimes, so it's not like what we have all through the day. And I'm assuming like every year we get about 3 to 5. There would be 3 to 5 different visitors that have come and stayed at the hotel and said that the chimes are keeping them up at night, so they're not getting any sleep, so then they write a complaint. But as far as locals go, I think my understanding is that we didn't have any complaints coming from local residents, so they were mainly from the hotels, the customers staying at the hotels. Yeah.
Sure.
And that's why I think we've got the unanimous support from our committee to keep that as it is.
Sure.
Thank you.
I will just clarify, just for the minutes, that there have been concerns from residents living in the city as well as the hotels. I just think it's important to note that has been something that's come through the office, and I'm sure it's come through the office for many years. But yes, that's just for the minutes to reflect that, in case anybody says I put my concerns in and they haven't been noted. They have. Yeah. Thank you.
Question, I know it's funny. So Ian Borsman said that to silence the bells requires a development application. So in that sense, who would, like, let's say they want to put in a development application, who actually puts in a development application?
Us.
Oh, we do. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. And thank you for the work. Okay. Putting it to the vote to receive the report. All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. Connections and livability at 17. 17.1 is the progress of the Child Youth Safe Framework compliance, with the recommendation being to receive the report, progress towards the delivery of Councillor Dawkins' motion from the 21st of September in 2023, and progress towards compliance with the Child and Youth Safe Organisations Framework. Somebody to move. Councillor Pentridge has moved. Seconded. Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge. Cool. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, the report as written shows the progress that the council has been making on this matter from over the past 18 months or so. It's a pity that Councillor Dawkins isn't here to perhaps speak more fully on this, but it does show that the council is in fact making some progress, and in fact there is action being done on some of this reporting in May of this year at a local government level rather than just what council itself is doing. So it is pulling it together, but it does show the amount of work that sometimes can come from a single notice of motion that 18 months later council staff are still making efforts to complete the report. So it is always worth considering when you're bringing these motions, but of course the safety of the child and youth in our, as far as their interactions with council as an organisation is a very important issue, and that's why it's being done, and that's also why it's probably taking so long, because I want to do it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just that it is a comprehensive response to the notice of motion. I think that's what's the most impressive thing here. There's a big list of actions that are being recommended for council to take, and that is just the sign of the maturity of the organisation, that we're developing in different areas, establishing safeguards, you know, in regards to internal working groups within council, working with the national guidelines, the feasibility of conducting site visits to peer communities where councils have assumed a prevention role, and make recommendations as to how the City of Launceston can show further leadership. And that is capturing the essence, I think, of Councillor Dawkins' notice of motion. And I certainly did, have been in contact with Councillor Dawkins and did ask if there were any questions, not in specific to this, but any questions today. And she was happy for everything to go through, of course. And I thank the officers for their work. Thank you,
Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Pentridge? Cool. Okay, put it to the vote then. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 17.2 is the intention to undertake community consultation draft Carvilla Memorial Park Master Plan. Recommendation is to receive the draft Carvilla Memorial Plan Master Plan, approves public consultation for a period of 4 weeks, and a summary of the community consultation, including any proposed changes to the draft, will be provided to Council in a further report for consideration. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris, anything?
Only to say that we were out at Carvilla today, and the report and the master plan that's been prepared for consultation with our community is comprehensive. It does show the changing nature of, I guess, memorial parks or graveyards, if you want to be quite so specific, is from when it started nearly over 100 years ago to what is now the community expectation, but also how we would go further forward as a council, and also how more and more Carvilla is in fact becoming a region-wide cemetery and crematorium compared to not just for our own residents here in Launceston, but really do look forward to the community's input into this, because ultimately at the end of this life, none of us get out of it alive. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Anything as the seconder, Councillor Pentridge?
And that I'm not normally into thanking staff, but
Councillor Pentridge.
They did a great job this morning in their presentation, and I think all I'm suggesting is that we still keep looking at those options. As our fellow councillor here, Mr. Harris, he keeps talking about every person we get out of a car onto a bike, all these extra savings. I'm quite sure that if we look more towards Carvilla, there's a lot of things there that we can do, because it is a very changing world. So let's just keep working on it.
Cool.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Oh, yes, sorry, I did take that down. Councillor Gibson, then Councillor Walker.
Thanks. Just very briefly, happy to receive the draft master plan. I think it's an outstanding document. What it does is, for me, adequately reflects the changing nature of death care and also reflects, really importantly, and I know this is important to other councillors as well as myself, the nature, the reserve in its entirety,
Yes.
which includes the Flora Reserve. And I think what this master plan does is speak quite well to that. It speaks to the future needs of the municipality and further afield, whilst respecting the natural value of the space and the co-alignment of the Flora Reserve with the natural elements that make the reserve what it is. I think what we heard from Eve and Austin today was the wanting to, in fact, expand that, to expand the qualities of it being a nature reserve, to incorporate more functionally the pond and the opportunity for future needs as burials and death care evolves for the years ahead. So I think in terms of it being a master plan, it's outstanding. I'm appreciative of the fact that it's reference to our Aboriginal community and our commitment to our Aboriginal community through our partnership plan, which is already included in the document, and that it speaks so completely to the natural reserve elements that we know are so dear to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Happy to receive the draft management plan, master plan, which means this is out for public consultation. This is an opportunity for everyone to have a look at a place that, none of us want to end up, but we all perhaps will. And it looks at so many different aspects, some of which have been just covered by previous councillors, but of course what's important to me is the Aboriginal Partnership Plan that I did instigate and we have implemented on council. I think we have a lot of work to do in that area, and I note in the report that that council officers have reached out, and we're sort of yet to have that engagement. And I know that I've already made my thoughts on that somewhat clear to council staff. There is a lot of work to be done there. We're talking about cultural sensitivities, and I do understand that the Aboriginal community is not going to be always forthcoming when it comes to sharing knowledge or talking about priorities which may be ours, but not necessarily theirs at the time. And so we do have to find a nuanced way of approaching that. That's one concern. Of course, there is another concern that I know staff are also very aware of, and that is not just the Flora Reserve, but the potential areas. I think it's marked as a 5A future expansion area. That is also an area that some people who appreciate and maybe, celebrate the natural reserve there might like to see an extension of that reserve into that southeastern corner that's marked South 5A. And I know that we're talking a long time in the future as far as this plan goes. Nonetheless, this is the long-term future of Launceston we're also talking about. I note also that the innovations within the industry are mentioned in the plan, and they are many and varied, and there's probably many that aren't even listed in there, but they are, some exciting and different ideas as far as what happens to us when we die. And there's also issues around whether we continue to have I'll probably get the terminology wrong, but the permanent tenure of a site at the cemetery, or whether that is something that maybe could expire over time and therefore get reused. These are all important issues, and these are the things that will have an impact on the future use of the space, including that reserve. Well, not the reserve so much, but the potential for an extension of that reserve. Personally, I didn't really want to end up as property of Launceston City Council. So I would like to think that there may be alternatives in the future outside Carvilla. I don't know, and that is mentioned in the report as well, I think, the alternative sites and future technology, digital memorialisation and all these types of things. And I would like to see that as the discussion, I suppose, that what comes with those alternative, maybe nature-based ideas and things like that. Does that mean that we could argue for an alternative site as an adjunct to the site that we have? I know that at first it was presented that we were potentially going to be running out of space sooner rather than later. And what it appears to me now is with the advent of different technologies, this is maybe perhaps longer runway than I thought. But nonetheless, this is something that we have to think about as a community. We have different cultural values, different ideas about who we are and what should happen to us. And that needs to be reflected by the community. So the draft is out. This is where we need that engagement to have those discussions and the ideas to come forward. The ideas are contained in the draft. It just needs to be extrapolated out into the community. All about something that none of us want to talk about, really, but we have to. Sorry about that. Thank you, Chair.
Cool. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Just a couple, just to perhaps pick up on some of the things Councillor Walker said. One of the things that they did point out to us today was, in fact, where natural burials could, in fact, be occurring out there at Carvilla, along the side of the stream under the gum trees. So I think they have been looking at it, although you will still be on council-owned land. Look, it's very important that we do get people's consideration, and I do also pick up on the tenure, because at the moment it is life, it's unlimited tenure, and I do think that experience in larger cities has shown that that is probably unsustainable going forward. Not that we actually have a case at the moment, but it is something that we need to be considering so that people who might be purchasing plots in the future will be aware that they might only have that for 99 years or 49 years or whatever. So we seek the community's input so that we can make decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We've got the QVMAG, State Government Endowment, Queen Victoria Museum and Art Gallery, with the recommendation being to receive and note the report providing comparative analysis of state and local government funding provisions for the QVMAG and authorises the CEO to liaise with the state government around future funding models. Somebody to move. Moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Gibson.
It's a shame the member for Launceston, Rosemary Armitage, isn't here. She has for a long number of years been a keen advocate to ensure that the formula used 20 years ago is re-evaluated and looked at with regard to the ongoing funding from the state government towards the QVMAG. That being said, we had a lot of work to do in order to get our own things in order. We couldn't be going to the state government seeking additional funds when we weren't increasing visitation, when we weren't increasing our own derived income, when we weren't increasing our visibility, when we weren't increasing our offerings. And what we've seen through the adoption of the QVMAG Futures Plan, through the recruitment of Shane and other staff, is an absolute energy and a commitment to delivering. When we now seek to have this formula re-evaluated, given that the 5 years have now come to a period of conclusion, it's due for review this year, we can hand on heart say we are doing everything we should be doing with regard to the full optimisation of this important collection of these two sites. State government, we have appreciated your support for so many years, and we look forward to building on that into the future and at least having those conversations rather than starting from a place of no, which has been the case previously, and perhaps as it should have been, given that there was so much we needed to do to get ourselves in order to make best use of the facilities as well. We look forward to continual engagement with Arts Tasmania and with the state government. We know that the Arts Minister has visited, which is appreciated, and we will continue to invite the Arts Minister and other members of government to enjoy the facility and see firsthand how this significant collection, this significant two sites are continuing to deliver such important outcomes, not only through visitation, not only through educational connections, not only through income, not only through programming, not only through social science, not only through the planetarium and other offerings, but importantly as a cultural identity and knowledge base for Northern Tasmania, for Tasmania, and indeed the rest of the country.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Britton? Councillor Harris? Oh, sorry, you put your hand up before. Councillor Walker, then Councillor Pentridge?
I think that previous speaker has obviously made a great summary of much of what has occurred over the past 25 years. I note with interest one of the tables included in this report is the contribution comparison and the changes from 1999, when the state government contribution represented 40% of operation and capital costs, and now represents around 20% of our funding. Now, of course, different factors can create this. You know, we might be chosen to spend additionally that we weren't spending in 1999, but nonetheless, you know, this is a partnership with the state government in that sense. Of course, it is owned by the council, but the state government has made this contribution, and that might be a starting point for anyone who's looking at this situation and wondering, you know, where changes can be made. Of course, we have the Futures Plan. Apart from the goals that have been kicked, as Councillor Gibson referred to, we have many more things to look forward to in the future, things that we would like to seek funding for, both federally and assistance from the state, as well as contributing from local council. And that is exciting. And we can't get into we can't go down the path of this competition between the north and the south of the state. I think that in some ways these institutions provide different outcomes and different services. And I think the contemporary nature of our art gallery, as well as our exhibitions, I think is setting us somewhat aside, as well as the future vision especially. It is setting us aside as something exciting for the whole state. Just as QVMAG is very exciting for the whole state, for the things that it holds. And I think that's where the state government need to recognise that those divergent sort of paths that have always been there, I suppose, and they are just becoming further, but it's also becoming more and more successful, and that is the point that the previous speaker made. Yeah, I'd certainly encourage, as always, people to look at the futures plan for QVMAG. There's some very exciting concepts in there, concepts that are yet to be funded, but concepts that will require recognition and support from the state government. So I do encourage the authorisation of the CEO to liaise with the state government around the future funding models of the QVMAG, consistent with the Local Government Act, but also consistent with a contemporary view of what museums and art galleries can provide in terms of education, enlightenment, enjoyment, entertainment, and so forth. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge?
I think we've come a long way with our museum, and we need to thank the appropriate people. I'm just somewhat concerned. Let's not send the message that we've got to where we need to be, but I think, particularly in light of our elections that are coming up, both federally and no doubt our state, it'd be a good opportunity to utilise, as we did our other beautiful museum, when we had the McWilliams paintings. It'd be a good opportunity to have a venue down there and to thank people that have done that, will give us the money, and send a very clear message. I mean, yes, we might, Launceston's fortunate enough to own a museum, but it's there for all of Tasmania, and not just Tasmania, but for all the world who wants to access it. So, yeah, we've still got a long way to go. Let's not miss the opportunity to show them what we've done, and to try and get them to give us more money and continue funding it, because we can't afford to do it without their help. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further contributions? To close, Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just briefly, obviously agree with everything that's been said. I think whilst we aren't at the end of the journey, for me, and I think for the entity, the value proposition that we're going back to the government with now is more fully developed. We understand its potential. We understand more than ever before the role that cultural tourism plays with regard to our state. That will feature very highly in our revised tourism strategy. We already see it feature in the events strategy. We already have our own cultural strategy. We know the connection with Business Events Tasmania. It ticks so many strategic goals. For the first time ever, though, the value proposition is greater. We're not simply going saying, hey, in 1999 it was 40.2, you need to increase it. We're going and saying all of these things are happening, like Councillor Pentridge said, and with your support, with your partnership, we can continue to achieve great things. The final thing, CEO and Director, is that councillors can play a great role in helping, in being advocates, in supporting the wish, the desire, the need for increased funding. Please keep us in the tent. We can play a role as you move forward with those conversations.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 18.2, we've got the Regional Precincts Partnerships Program submission, with the recommendation being to approve the preparation and submission for the City of Launceston QVMAG application to fund for funds under the Australian Government's Regional Precincts and Partnerships Program, Stream 1. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the next step in the process to prepare a master plan. The Australian Government Regional Precincts and Partnerships Program is, I won't say quite replacing City Deals, but it certainly is their version of what was previously known as City Deals. And for us to seek some funding under Stream 1, which is between $500,000 and $5 million, to, if you like, do the groundwork and understand what it is that we need, where it is could be located, because obviously having the QVMAG collection and some of it being stored on the floodplain is in the longer term, not necessarily what is best for the collection. And so this is very necessary work, and I do congratulate the General Manager or the Executive Leader and his staff for bringing this matter to us, and it is the next step for us to do, and I do hope that once we prepare that it does in fact get funding support from the federal government, because it is clearly the first step of what I suspect will be a very long path, and it may well be that it takes 20 years for this to become a reality, but it may well start here today, where one day we will have a designated building, a collection discovery centre, as it is being called, which will put not only the QVMAG online, but in fact available for people to see by coming to Launceston. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. I've got Councillor Britton as the seconder.
Thank you, Chair. Not much to say, just other than I am looking forward to seeing the plans for the site, and very excited to hopefully one day see the Collection Discovery Centre and the Cultural Community and Creative Hub a reality in Launceston. This is an integral step towards it, so let's hope we do well.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Britton. I've got Councillor Gibson noted to speak.
Thank you. Just briefly, obviously, it's quite a novel concept to be told and made aware of grant applications before they go in. In some instances, we find out about it later and it causes us years of pain later. But that being said, what I'm impressed with is that this is already clearly articulated on our advocacy projects. Here we find an avenue, a tranche of funding which supports and allows us to hopefully achieve that. All councillors have already endorsed the project list, and here we are knowing that this is going to happen. The work will be undertaken by endorsing or approving the preparation of the grant request, and I think that's appropriate. And if that's one thing that we've learnt from previous experiences, then that's a good learning, that we should be endorsing these sorts of mega applications for funding. And, you know, if we get support or there are other unique circumstances where others are coming to us, the same thing should apply. So really appreciate the transparency of this, and I think this sets us up for a good future with regard to these sorts of grant applications.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further comments around the table? Councillor Walker?
Thank you. And as previous speaker referred to, getting things in the right order, notifying not just the council but the community, but that this is the intention to apply for those if this item is successful today. But also, you know, previous to that, notifying council and the community about the future directions and giving ample opportunity for people to understand the concepts involved in that. The collection centre, the cultural hub potentially at Inverest. But I would like to ask one question, and that is in regards to the potential to establish a centre for Aboriginal science and education. Would that be seen as part of that CDC, or would it be something that is an adjunct to it or separate indeed from that? Because I don't know if that's referenced in this current round.
Yes, Councillor, it is part of this. So at this stage we're, with the endorsement of Council, we're preparing the application, looking at all of those aspects that we have in the futures plan. So with a significant First Nations collection, that would definitely form part of the CDC. If we are successful with the grant application to undertake the scoping and master planning, there is a lot of partnership development that we'd go through at that point.
Thank you for that answer, and I certainly know that I don't have to bring it to your attention, but it is a complex and detailed process, our relationship with the Aboriginal community, and it was only a recently previous item in terms of Carvilla and our work around, you know, cultural values when it comes to burials, that it's not a dissimilar thing. The Aboriginal community, of course, have strong feelings and opinions, not just feelings, but, you know, cultural imperatives and necessities that they deal with. But it's not always easy for council to find the right way to engage in that process. Of course, we hold, you know, significant Aboriginal community collection of artefacts and other things. This is, I do believe, a challenge for all of council, and I know that you work in the cultural field, and I certainly thank you for that. But really, this is a challenge for all of council, how we find that way forward now, and do that together as a community. And it will be perhaps the most significant of all of our time here, and I don't say that lightly. I think passing the Aboriginal Partnership Plan was perhaps the most significant thing that I have been involved in this council with. I know that we pass budgets and we look at policies and we do essential things that need to be done, and I'm, obviously proud and engaged with all those things. But I think this is something that speaks to the history of the very council itself and our very presence on this land. Again, I don't wish to lecture anybody about this, but I just make note of all of this because it is inherent in the plan that we have approved, and getting that right in this next phase is the most important thing. The other things that are in there, a cultural hub, potentially a new collection centre, potentially on a different site. These are reasonably big ticket items, all of them are. But if we have a federal government, and indeed a state government, who are invested in our cultural heritage, both European and Aboriginal, then these are the types of things that have been identified as the way of the future for this council. So I congratulate you on the process you've gone to take it to this point, and I really look forward to the next iteration. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any further contributions around the table?
Mr. Mayor, we recently went to Shepparton to
Councillor Pentridge,
look at some beautiful a new museum that was built, and I think Shane had a bit to do with it, if I'm correct. I think what we've got to make clear here, we mustn't take our eyes off it. We've got to, every successful organisation has people constantly working on raising funds. Because what we are doing isn't just for individuals, it's for all of us. So what we've got to do is never miss an opportunity, because you never know when an opportunity, by continuing to pursue any funding that's available, we might not be successful because there is a lot of other organisations chasing that same money. And if we're not there to keep showing our presence, meeting all the people, learning how they did it and we didn't, and learning and improving on it, we're just going to keep missing out. So we've got to keep working on it, and it's timeless, it's never-ending work. So I hope that we're successful, and let's keep doing it.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? Okay, to close, Councillor Harris? Excellent. Okay, putting it to the vote. All of those in favour? That's all councillors that are present. The motion is carried. No one else is able to have a break until Councillor Palmer comes back, just as an FYI, as we are sitting at 7. Unless it will require us all to have a break if anybody does need to leave the chamber, which is fine. Community asset and design, 19.1 residential parking permit policy. Recommendation is the council approve the revised parking permit policy as published. It's been moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this has been something that our council staff have been working on to bring all of these residential permits areas and remove any abnormalities, and perhaps expand a little bit of the areas so that people who had been unintentionally excluded from it were in fact able to access parking, particularly those in the residential areas close to our city, where the original cottages that were built for workers and things didn't have room for garages or otherwise as part of their development, and as such, as we came along with cars, we had to then park them on the street. And this is simply a means of bringing all of that together under one policy. I think it is a good policy, that it treats everyone fairly. There are certain rules about who can apply and where they can use their permit, and it does allow them, it doesn't guarantee them a parking spot outside their house. It simply allows them the opportunity to not, but to park within reasonable walking distance of their property if they don't have room to park on their own land and not obey the time limits that might be associated with those particular areas. It doesn't affect the centre CBD. It is in fact that outer area around the CBD by and large, although some of it does of course extend up into High Street and over into what you might call East Launceston, as well as even parts of West Launceston and Lower Trevallyn. Because more and more people are trying to park their cars for free and then walk into work. That's a conversation for another day. So I just ask that everyone support this policy, and the next item will be to raise the fee to make it cover our paperwork.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton, anything further? Anything around the table? Councillor Gibson with a question.
Thank you. Two questions. Want to ask with regard to a tiered system. Member of the community from local government has asked me about whether or not we considered the opportunity for a radius-based system in terms of the further you move from the inner CBD with regard to the pricing differentiation. Was that considered?
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Through Acting Executive Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Yes, we did consider a range of different options for our fee pricing and elected to keep it as a very simple process with quite a nominal fee. If we do wish to make changes to this in the future, we always can, but this is a first simple step to introduce the fee.
Thank you, Erica. Any further questions, Councillor Gibson? No? Cool. Yep.
Thank you. Want to firstly applaud the work that's gone into this. I think what we've done is seen over the years the evolution of this particular need within our city. What this does is in one policy, one clearly understood policy, is to provide clarity and certainty with regard to the approach. It certainly doesn't mean that everyone is entitled to it. What it means is that there is a system for those areas that have already been predetermined as being in the policy to be dealt with. I think that's appropriate. And the introduction of the fee, I'll ask a question when we get to the next item around whether or not this is a 3-month fee, given that it's a fee for April, May and June, and how we're going to be handling that, given it is a new fee. So you can think on that before we get to the next item. But I really appreciate the work that's gone into it, and importantly, the Q&A, which will be very useful for our community, for us as councillors and our frontline people who no doubt will continue to receive questions about it.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further comments around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Nothing further.
Great. Sorry. Oh, just some clarification, CEO.
Sorry.
All good? Okay. Okay, we'll put it to the vote then. All of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. So now continuing on, looking at fees and charges, an amendment. Read the previous decision, 19.2. We're looking at council with the recommendation being to approve the fees, which will change the previously adopted fees and charges as published in the agenda at $45. Councillor Gibson to move. Councillor Harris to move. Seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Yes, this is the fee. Now that we've established that we will have one fee across all of the areas under our policy, then I think we have probably gone at a fee at the lower end of what that would be, because $45 doesn't cover much administration time. Perhaps the only question I might ask is that as this is the fee for the financial year 24-25, is it going to be prorated for the rest of this financial year, or will it in fact cover a year and 15 months? As a question. Thank you.
Senior Leader?
So at the moment, our permits are actually issued on a rolling basis. So if you were to come in and apply tomorrow, you would be charged with a fee and issued with a permit for a 12-month period until the expiry for that.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Councillor Britton? Cool. Further questions? Comments? Councillor Harris? Yeah. Councillor Gibson?
Sorry, just I know it's a small amount, about $13,500. Want to relay the comment that was made to me with regard to it feels like, particularly for those people who are not in the inner CBD but are further afield, that it could be seen as revenue raising for revenue raising's sake. So I thought I'd pass that comment on. For me, I don't know what we've put in the fees and charges policy with regard to this particular item, but I would suggest that we should be not increasing that by the overall percentage of whatever we decide on, given it's a very new fee, but let's see where we get to with that. And appreciate there has to be a fee in order to cover what it is that we're trying to achieve. I guess from $0 to $45 every year. Which will continue to increase because it isn't only an annual permit. It is still an unbudgeted expense for some. So I want to flag that.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson, any further comments to close? Councillor Harris?
No, nothing more, thank you.
Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Over to 19.3, we've got the Princess Theatre Redevelopment Project Management Plan. Recommendation is that council receives the project management plan. Being moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris.
So we are receiving this plan for the refurbishment of the Princess Theatre and Earl Arts, which has an estimated construction value of up to $30 million. That will start, or hopefully start, in January 2026. And take approximately 18 to 24 months and certainly would be completed by January 2028. Already we do have some financial grants to help with this work, but there is obviously room for more. So this is an important document to have. The project plan enables us to go to the other forms of government to say this is what we're doing and for them to come on board. And I would pass that, or recommend this, I should say, to my fellow councillors for us to receive this draft plan because it is an important step in that whole process. The problem we have is that we've already started turning away bookings for the Princess Theatre in 2026 and beyond, and so council is very much committed to the work that we have planned to do at the Princess Theatre. So it's not the time now to pull back on what we're doing because that will leave us with nothing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson is the seconder.
Yeah, just briefly, want to really applaud the fact that as we go back through the files and get ourselves in order, that we've kind of taken stock of this massive project and brought it into one concise document, which brings us all to the same page. Never before has it been more important for this council to understand that a project has to have a deliverable deadline, because the community is entering into a partnership of relocation and in some instances will cease doing what it is they're going to do because it's just not appropriate to relocate to the Albert Hall. A lot of things will, but some won't. And so more than any other project, and it's not a criticism, it's an observation that we're not very good at delivering projects in the time frame that we say we're going to deliver them in. This, at least, complete document gives me a little more confidence in our ability to manage all of the parts, notwithstanding there's still a bit of work to go with the funds. And I think we all need to absolutely work out what our approach to that is going to be, not only in terms of what's contained within this document, but in terms of all the things that we're asking for and all the kind of balls we've got in the air. And this is kind of one project where you can close the doors for 2 years, but if you don't deliver what the community are expecting when they reopen, there's been no point. And you don't want to be making those decisions at the end of 2027, getting ready for January 2028, because it doesn't work like that. There might be other facilities where you can, put the carpet in at the 11th hour, but this project doesn't work like that. So this is a positive news story, because what we've done is we've taken stock of what it is we're strategically trying to do. You can see that in September 2024, the council determined what it was going to do, and in point 4, it asked the CEO through the staff to deliver on what we've got before us, which I think is appropriate. I would ask that there are, if not every 3 weeks, very regular progress reports on this significant project, and that very quickly we determine what it is that we're going to be doing in terms of our advocacy around the shortfall of funds. Notwithstanding, yep, we haven't spent a lot of money in the past at that facility, but there is still, to my way of thinking, an insignificant gap which we all need to be across. And we can play roles in, as Councillor Pentridge said for a previous item, looking at bodies and organisations where perhaps there are small amounts of funds that we could be applying for, heritage funds for interpretation of the foyer, etc., etc. And I think we need to do that sooner rather than later. Appreciate the work, appreciate the approach, look forward to being regularly connected to this project. Let this be the pro forma for how we want to do significant infrastructure projects moving forward, having learnt hard lessons on all of the ones previous to this point.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Any further comments? Councillor Pentridge?
I can't help but totally agree with what Councillor Gibson is saying. I think we've got a good example here of a project that we're trying to finish at the moment. So why don't we practice? Because unfortunately, your fears, my fears, will become a reality because you won't get it done in time. We have to have it done in time. As you've already said, there's certain bookings now that are going well beyond that. This has to be done, and it can't be done by just throwing more and more money at it. We've got to complete, for that project to start, we've got to get the outlet all finished. So let's see if, in the next workshop, maybe, that we can all sit down and get a real solid update on how many issues have we got there still. And because the quicker we can get that building finished, the quicker we can hopefully start on the next project and learn something from this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? To close, Councillor Harris?
Look, not much more to say. So thank you to my fellow councillors for their support, and we look forward to this project getting started and hopefully coming on budget and on time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion's carried. 19.4, we've got the St Leonards and Waverley Neighbourhood Plan, the draft structure plan for community consultation. Looking at the recommendation to endorse the St Leonards and Waverley Plan, and also to put that out to community consultation for 31 days, commencing on the 29th of March and heading along until the Tuesday, 29th of April. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris has moved, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Yes, the St Leonards and Waverley Neighbourhood Plan is something that we have been progressing for a period of time, and it is great that we have now able to take this out to the public to get their feedback on it. It will be done during the month of April, well, starting 29th, so perhaps there'll be a couple of days there. In fact, I think there is a plan to have 2 community consultation days, one at Waverley Park and one down at the St Leonard's picnic ground.
One evening.
Perhaps, and one evening as well. So we do require or do ask for the residents to have their input. As we just talked earlier in the day about perhaps where we haven't gone to community consultation, it is very important that we do get the current residents' views. It's not to say that those views are necessarily all going to be included in the plan, but they all will be considered. And so I do recommend to those, but also those who in general might have aspirations to move to this area of what would be a growth area of Launceston for the next 30 years that we're talking about between St Leonard's and Waverley. So really important that this is promoted to the community and the community do engage so that council makes the best decision that it can. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder.
Look, I'm totally in agreement. St Leonard's and Waverley Waverley in particular is going to become one of my pet projects.
Sure.
With Ravenswood and the other suburbs, Mayfield, Rochelle. And my only concern, and without talking about our fears about Princess Theatre and not being completed on time, we've got a letter here from Sam telling us we've got a new lady that starts on the 7th of April. We get a chance, maybe if we can help her a bit, because she needs to hit the ground running if we're going to get in and get these projects on the way. So, yeah, let's get on with it and see whether we can help her and bring her up to speed on what the community expects.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further comments around the table? Councillor Walker.
Thanks. Noting that there has been community consultation done already and responses received, that's great, but we're not all, planning masters or anything like that, and people can express their needs, but they can't always be accommodated, as is noted. And, we're working, I say we collectively, I'm not doing much, but we're working within the parameters of what's possible with land ownership and tenure, zoning and all sorts of other complex issues that go with that. Having said all that, there are a number of encumbrances and difficulties that we are facing in this process. Indeed, just as basic as trying to create a really legible movement across the areas, whether it comes to pedestrians or whether it comes or vehicles, and to my mind, the future of transport, which has to do with alternative ways that will become increasingly, not just now, which it already is, as everyone knows, but in 5, 10, 15, 20 years' time, the amount of choices that people will have in order to move around will change. We probably can't even imagine what those might be. Just as 10 or 15 years ago, we probably couldn't imagine that any child that wanted to could probably buy themselves an electric scooter and get around just as fast as a car almost in terms of time taken to move from one point to another. So, having said that, I'm sure that's at the forefront of planners, but it's not always easy to implement. And yet, I think we would all like to see the suburbs of the future. And I know we've had these discussions internally. I'd like to see those discussions reflected externally. Because at the moment, what I see is some great thought going into it, and yet another suburb not dissimilar to most suburbs that we see emerging. We have the pressure of developers who want to see a return on their investment for the land that they've bought. So therefore, they will find the model that works best for them, not necessarily the model that's going to work best for a community vision, whether that's medium density housing or other things like that. Now, this may not be the location for that exactly, but there is a village at St Leonard's, probably less so in Waverley, but there are areas that can and will be built up. So these are all the types of considerations, not to mention recreational areas. And then we have you know, if you look on the perimeter of these areas, places like Waverley Lake, which I only just recently learned, not actually owned by Councilor, although I think we may sort of service that area. It's part of Education Department land. Areas such as Coral Inn that need to be incorporated into this long-term vision for this part of Launceston. That the movement of traffic, people coming in from White Hills and further out, that at the moment all travel through St Leonard's Village. You know, these things, and then once we do divert, if we do divert them around St Leonard's Village, they're still going to all end up in Newstead. So it just goes on, and I'm sure everyone's aware of this, and I'm not saying anything that anyone doesn't realise, but now is the time that we take all those things into consideration, because, you know, 6-12 months down the track, these things will be getting locked in. So now is the time that we, every time we do this now, make suburbs for the future, because we know that the world is changing. That's about as much as I can say on it. I implore people to engage in the process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions around the table? You can ask a question, Councillor Pentridge, with your microphone on, please.
Are we working on getting we are going to be a major part of all right Waverley, of St Leonard's. Are we working on, but we're only one part of it. Mm-hmm. There's other departments that Main Roads, Taswater, Tas Networks. I'd like to see someone come back and I've had a brief conversation earlier on today.
Sure.
But without getting these other people on side, we're never going to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, apparently, we are starting, you know, this has been already perceived, and we are getting some responses from some of the organisations to pledge their support, but we're going to have to do more than that. Otherwise, we're not going to get there.
Okay. So the question there,
so the question
acting executive leader, how are we working with other stakeholders?
Will we continue working on these other people that are going to play a big vital part in that, and getting a firm commitment? Let's not have another Prospect South where we get 99% of the way there, then we have the rug pulled out from underneath.
Sure, thank you.
This project is founded on a collaborative approach, both with the landowners and with the service providers, because one of the lessons of the South Prospect issue is that's essential for it to work. If you look in the document is in the attachments. If you look in there, there's pictures of the visioning workshops, and in there we had the state government, we had state roads, we had Department of a number of state growth, Taswater, Tas Networks, Department of Education, Department of Children and Young People, Department of Health. And we followed that up. We've recently had discussions with the Department of Education around school sites and new schools. We've been this week, or just in the last couple of days, we've been confirming with Taswater their engagement. So these things are ongoing. This week we had a developers forum, so all the major landowners came in or were on teams this week. So we're doing our best to work through that. There are difficulties in the project, and when we go out for public consultation, we will hear lots of things that will raise issues for all those people. But I think the opportunity here is to keep those negotiations going throughout the course of the project. And that gives us the best chance of getting early exposure to what those issues are and trying to fix them. It's a complicated, large bit of land, but I suppose the purpose of this plan is to try and resolve those, to listen to those stakeholders and try and put a pathway through to get the houses built, which ultimately is where we want to be.
Thank you. Further questions, commentary, contributions? To close, Councillor Harris.
Nothing further, I don't think.
Excellent. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Looking at item 20 now, we thank the patience of those that are still here in the chamber with us as well as we get to 20.1, delivery and performance lease at the First Basin Cafe. Before we get to any recommendation, I do have some noted speakers here. If you wouldn't mind making your way to the microphone and just starting with your name and your suburb, please.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me. Ian Gunn. Well, I think I put down 430 Lowhead Road, Lowhead, Tasmania, which is where we spend about half of our time. But I'm based in Ballarat. I run a hospitality company over there, and you might see in the notes that with a preferred recommendation to take over the lease at the First Basin. So I sort of don't know if it was necessary for me to get here at 12:30 and sit through the whole day, but I have learned a few things, and I've appreciated the opportunity. Funnily enough, my father sat in that chair, Mayor, 50 years ago. So
fantastic.
I've sort of had a few flashbacks over time. I suppose the question is that I wanted to leave no stone unturned. So no, you're about to vote on endorsing the recommendation or not endorsing the recommendation. And I didn't really want to leave any stone unturned. So I wanted you to know who you'd be voting on. I've had a long and I would say somewhat successful career in hospitality on the mainland. Born and raised in Launceston. Moved to Adelaide, moved to Ballarat, and I've been there for 35 years. We have hotels, we have restaurants, we have cafes. I've got a catering firm, I've got a wholesale pastor. I've got a lot of things going on. So the obvious question is, can you commit to something in Launceston? Why would you want to do something in Launceston? And the simple answer to that is I want to give something back to Launceston. I am absolutely, passionately enthusiastic about getting this project. I was asked by locals, so I've still got friends, I've still got family in the community here, and asked to get involved, and warming to that idea, really, and talking to people around the town, felt there's a great opportunity to perhaps restore the reputation of the business and restore perhaps the connection to the community, which seems to, from what I've been told, gone astray. So I'll put my best foot forward. I think being here from 12:30 today perhaps gives you an indication of my commitment to something. If I lock onto something, I will go for it 100%, and if it fails, it won't fail through lack of effort. So after all these hours sitting there, you'd think I'd have more to say, wouldn't you? But I really don't have anything else to add to that. Respect the process. You'll vote however you vote, but I can assure you of this, if you do endorse the recommendation, I will be giving it my 100% best efforts to do a great job for Launceston and to do a great job to say thank you to the city for the opportunity. So that's really it. I'll go and sit back down again and see how it plays out.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Gunn. We appreciate your patience, but also the way in which you've just represented yourself is just a fantastic example, so it's very much appreciated. So getting to that recommendation, which is that council, and by absolute majority, decides to lease part of the land situated within the Cataract Gorge Reserve, known as the First Basin Cafe, identified as a part of this agenda. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Gunn, for your patience for us for being here for the best part of 5 hours to have your 2 minutes worth. Having spent much of my lifetime in the basin, up to when I was 21, the Basin Cafe, as it was known, or shop it probably was in those days, it has certainly changed, but the outlook is still the same, and it does deserve an operator who is passionate about it, and to hear your passion and your commitment to running this particular part of the business is very welcome. We've gone through quite a rigorous process of evaluating the tenders, and we have determined that this meets our needs and the needs of the community. And so I really do look forward to seeing, obviously after a changeover period, what can be delivered in this particular cafe, and hopefully it will be something that will be started a long and fruitful relationship between the operators, but also the council, but more importantly, that the community value and really find meets their needs. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker is the seconder.
I think I do thank you for your representation. I think from what I saw, without wanting to delve too deeply into the tender process, was the enthusiasm that you've just shared as well, but also that did come through in the tender evaluation. Enthusiasm for such an integral part of Launceston's culture and image. So I can remember there used to be a corner shop just up the road, the corner of Upper York Street and Basin Road, and so that was a little bit cheaper than the Basin Cafe. You could walk up there if you really felt like going to buy your bag of Sandboys up there. But times have changed. That shop's not there anymore. This one is integral to the Basin, and I am happy to accept the recommendation. I appreciate the sensitivity of these types of situations where we've had previous owners, previous operators, current operators and future operators, and the assessments are there for everyone to see. It's more a matter now of, let's get on with it and bring that exciting next chapter to the gorge together. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Walker, any further contributions around the table? Councillor Gibson with a question.
Thanks so much. A contribution first, if I may. Really excited about the proposition that's been assessed as being the preferred option. Was really supportive of the criteria, particularly around being a city of gastronomy, around the community appeal and how that linked in with the menu. There's no greater tourism attraction than the gorge. There's no greater opportunity for us to celebrate being a city of gastronomy than via the gorge and via what will be on the menu. So we look forward to that being embraced wholeheartedly. There are 3 questions. One, I note that it is a requirement of this lease that the leasee will be responsible for building insurance, but that isn't the case for the next lease that we will consider. And I just wonder why one and not the other. My second question is that council is to be responsible for structural maintenance, and I wonder in our new regime what checks and balances, what annual checks and balances are to be implemented to ensure that we keep on top of that, because certainly with regard to those particular sites, there have been challenges in the past with our responsibilities and obligations, and we've been reactive rather than on top of that. And my third question is, in terms of the numbers and what we're approving today, where is it that the CEO will also have the ability, as has been previous custom, to determine that this is a site that we expect will be operated for a certain number of days, which was contained previously? Does that come in the exercising any council rights, options, discretions necessary for the proper administration of the lease? Or in what strategic instrument does that occur? So 3 questions: building insurance, why, our own obligations and systems around structural maintenance, and then the opening hours and days.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Duncan.
Thanks for the question. I'll start with the first one, and then I might need to get you to repeat the second and third. So the first one, I believe, is an oversight. It's standard council practice to have the lessees paying a building insurance. If it's captured there, it's very clear. Otherwise, further down in the recommendations in the next item, you'll see that the CEO can set any outstanding requirements that aren't specified in the decision. So that would be a standard requirement we would put into the lease.
Second question is probably not yours. It's maybe more CEO or others, just around our own refined processes with regard to asset management.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. That certainly fits in perfectly with what we've been talking about in recent times around asset management and building our asset management systems and processes around adequate inspections of all council assets, not just leased council assets, on a rotating basis of a minimum annually. So at present, our building and asset maintenance team would be undertaking that regarding leases and where we have legal requirements. But moving forward, as we build our asset management systems, there would be an expectation that all council assets undertake some degree of inspection regularly. The third?
And then the instrument, I should have done them individually, the instrument around the opening requirements. So previously it's been fundamental requirement to be open, I think 365 days a year. Which instrument is, which encapsulates that?
Just 1 second. No, so that's not a requirement in the recommendations. It's something that would be negotiated with the incoming lessee.
Yeah, that's important because from a policy perspective, that's been a clear instrument. So let me ask another question. What has the instrument been previously that that has been an annex to the lease? Is it what is the instrument that allows us to achieve that?
So in a standard commercial lease that a normal corporation would have with its lessee, it would be specified in there. So if you look at a shopping centre that have a minimum requirement of hours, council's approach can be a bit more flexible because we're looking for outcomes that aren't necessarily commercial. In previous leases that we have, sometimes it's specified, other times it isn't. So it's working with the lessee to get a result that works for both parties.
So, okay, so to be clear then, is the applicant intending to do a 7-day-a-week business at the site?
Yep. Yes.
Is the applicant intending to be open on public holidays at the site?
Yes.
Could that be captured in the lease, please, that will be formulated and the CEO will have responsibility over?
Yes.
Happy?
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions, Councillor Pentridge.
The fact that this poor man's been waiting for so long, can I take him to the pub and buy him a beer? Let's get on with it. He's got my support.
Great.
Can I take him? Or?
I'm not going to make any public comments around what councillors would like to do after this meeting. What you would like to do in your private time is your business, as long as it doesn't bring the council into disrepute. But I very well might join you there. Further contributions around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Nothing further to add.
Great. Putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 20.2. 20.2 is the lease at the Gorge restaurant. Now, we don't have any noted speakers on this one here, so we'll get to the recommendation that council, and by, again, absolute majority, decides to lease part of the land situated within the Cataract Gorge Reserve, known as the Gorge Restaurant. And Albert Hall Cafe leases have been part of this discussion, but this is just ensuring that the previous considerations, this is just in terms of the Gorge Restaurant and the storage garage. 7. Okay, somebody to move. Councillor Britton has moved, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as I know, these are the people who are currently leasing the Gorge restaurant. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep. I think they've been doing a fantastic job, so I wish them all the luck in the future.
Fantastic. Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Nothing more really to add to that.
Right, okay. Any other contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. And this was the one, obviously, that I compared to previously, CEO, which doesn't reference the building insurance, but that will be incorporated. For me, I want to pick up on E.2, where it says that the restaurant, in approving this today, the restaurant will be open a minimum of 2 evenings per week. I think we'll all recall the glory days where the restaurant was one of the must-go-to restaurants in northern Tasmania. I encourage and hope that the model that this particular lessee is able to construct as they move forward with some surety around the site would see it open more than 2 nights per week. As a City of Gastronomy, that would be desirable, though not compulsory, because obviously we're only approving 2 evenings per week in the lease that is presented. But if there is opportunity to expand upon that, it would be great. And yeah, equally, I want to wish them all the best. We long recall having events and functions and winter menus at the Gorge restaurant. Everything has to change and evolve, and it's a city of gastronomy, it should, but let it be a top endeavour for it to be as good as it can be, rather than just a scone house, because there is opportunity for it to be more than that. And thank the panel for their work.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Britton? Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present? The motion is carried. We've got 20.3, the Parking Feasibility Report, Provisions of Multi-Storey Parking on Boxing Day and Other Public Holidays, with a noted speaker, Mr Smith, before we get to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I noticed, interesting from the previous motion, it was a requirement to open every public holiday, every day. It's easy to require someone else to do it, but I'm concerned with this motion. Firstly, that it's just noting something. My concern with the Boxing Day last year was that it wasn't open, and it was clearly expected to be a busy day. On the table in the report, it has the highest Boxing Day, must have been the previous year, 23, $5,000 trade, and the quietest day was Anzac Day, $135. Calculated to be 34 times more revenue, yet it wasn't open. So I don't know why it wasn't open. It's inexplicable, very disappointing. Hopefully it won't happen again. I'm just looking to know that Boxing Day this year and future public holidays, that the car parks will be open. I'd have seen a figure, hoped to have seen a figure that shows what the break-even is to run the car parks. I think that's perhaps what we're looking for in a feasibility study, and that would be by calculating what the costs are to operate the car park. It doesn't say that. So I'd ask that this perhaps be laid on the table. Councillors, that you lay it and bring it back on the 17th of April, when an officer can add to it the proposals for Boxing Day, the list what the expenses are, and the table would include the other things. Anzac Day, as the councillor asks for, explains whether the streets are parking charged for on-street parking on some of these. Launceston Cup Day, I think part of those days are revenue days, so it's not really easy with the table to work out what's a profitable day or not, because you're competing against parking fines. And I don't know what noting is with this motion. Doesn't really have any teeth if you're just noting something. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know why you would note something. It doesn't have action, and perhaps if it were to come back, it would have some action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Smith. So that recommendation, as just stated by Mr Smith, notes the report in response to Councillor Walker's notice of motion, provisions of multi-storey in the CBD and Boxing Day, tabled at the council meeting on the 23rd of January. I've got Councillor Walker as the mover. Happy with that? Only because it's yours, you don't have to. Yep. And seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
Allow me to just defer my speaking for a moment.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, look, we are only noting this report, but it does really show what needs to happen as a result of this, and that is that certainly on Boxing Day the car park would be busy, but perhaps on Anzac Day we should, if possible, be able to open the car parks for free and enable people simply to drive in and out and park as necessary, as there's only 49 cars involved. However, how that is done isn't part of this agenda item, but it could be, in fact, some of the actions that might come out of us noting this report. So I do hope that that is something that, having noted it, we then do produce some actions. But clearly, to me, we've got to be very careful with our car parking assets, and when we have them open and we're charging, and when we might be having them open and not charging is something that needs to be considered by this council in advance of it actually happening. We may remember that people were given free access to Saturdays and Sundays just before Christmas of 2024, which probably resulted in the staffing of the people who worked in the shops in the retail centre having free parking all day, and the shoppers who were trying to attract having to struggle to find on-street or off-street parking that was at a premium because there was no charge for it. So I do think we need to be looking at all of this operations as a future item on our agenda after having noted this particular report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Stepping back to the mover, just as... Okay, we'll keep going around the table. Any further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, just briefly, I think this kind of closes the loop. I appreciate that. There's some great innovation happening in parking. You know, I live for the day where it doesn't require a staff member or a security firm to go to the car park to open the roller door or close it. I mean, as a city of innovation, the fact that that still happens every day, twice a day at each car park is, frankly, embarrassing. So we need to get to the situation where we're not reliant on our staff or a security guard to put up the roller door or to pull it down, put up the boom gate or pull it down. And I think what this does is shows the demand, it shows the revenue, obviously, but as Councillor Harris has suggested, there's a whole lot more work that needs to happen in this parking space so that we can clearly communicate what it is that is open on public holidays and that we can back that in with all the innovations that our team have previously said to us that are on the radar already. So it's not a criticism, it's an observation. There's some great work happening in the parking space with some incredible people that we value and appreciate. I think what this does is shows us that we need to be more driven by the technological advancements in order to be able to achieve what Councillor Walker originally set out to achieve, and that is to have our car parks open when there are mega sales in the city and people are about.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. And just to reflect on some of the report there around innovation, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to highlight in the report, obviously there's a small section that talks about a business case that is currently in development for the proposed car park upgrades. And having met with the parking team just this week to talk about that very project or projects, because we have a number of multi-storey car parks, I think that actually becomes the next logical step, where the team have identified a large range of technology uses, such as licence plate recognition, for example, that has the ability to take all of our multi-storey car parks to a 24/7 model, and obviously reducing that physical labour component as well. Appreciating that does come with some capital requirements, but it's probably about time that all of our multi-storey car parks had a little love invested in them in a range of areas, not just in terms of technology, and that is exactly what the team have been working on now for a couple of months, and we certainly intend to be bringing that to Council, first of all at workshop, and then to Council for consideration, particularly noting the capital upgrades that we'll be seeking for those car parks.
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Walker?
If I can speak and close, I don't know if anyone else wishes to speak, but speaking of technology, I'm relying on an iPad for my agenda today, and that's decided to not play fair with me, so I might request a break very soon if that may be in order, just so I can refresh the iPad. But no, certainly without the report in front of me, I will just say that, thank you, I will just to say that it is good to be provided with those figures, and I appreciate the comments around the changing technology and the feasibilities and costs associated with this. Where this goes to from here, I suppose, is for Council to consider that we note these impacts, and that we investigate the feasibility of providing parking on other public holidays. We accept this, and where to from here, I suppose? The next step is to make a further decision. Would that be fair to say?
CEO on next steps.
Thank you. Through the chair, as I just highlighted before, we already intend to bring this to council. Obviously, the business case is used internally, but we have every intention to go to workshop as soon as it's completed.
Workshop. Thank you.
Councillor Professor Rosé? No? Anything further? Happy with open close? Okay. Putting it to the vote. All of those in favour? All councillors present? Motion is carried. 20.4, feedback on the draft Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations and Local Government General Regulations. Thank you, Mr Smith. Recommendation being provides the following, or the published feedback to the Department of Premier and Cabinet in respect to the proposed amendments around what Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 2015 and also the Local Government General Regulations 2015 looks like there. It's been presented in the document in the table there, so somebody please to move. Councillor Gibson has moved, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Gibson.
No, appreciate the work. It encapsulates the things that we discussed and previous thoughts in this space.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Pentridge? Anything further around the table? Nothing further to close then. Putting it to the vote, all of those in favour, all councillors present, motion is carried. 20.5, we've got a credit card policy here, with the recommendation being that the council approves the revised City of Launceston credit card policy as published. Somebody to move? Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much. We've just got the revised credit card policy. It's a good idea to revise it every now and then, I would imagine, and I think it's all, the rest of it's just covered in the report, so I'm very happy to pass it today. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Pentridge.
I can only agree. It's long overdue, but thank God it's happening.
Right, thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, if I could just rise to ask a couple of questions in regards to the policy. I note that as a member of the audit panel that we will be doing some work in regards to risk evaluation. So how would this policy feed into the work of the audit panel?
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Senior Leader, Sam McKelvey.
So this policy's been to the audit panel to have their comments reflected in there. There's provisions in the policy now for all transactions to be passed by the audit panel as a extra, not approval, but just simply a check, third-party set of eyes on the transactions.
Thank you.
And is there any suggestion that in the future there may be more rationalisation of who indeed needs a credit card or the amounts that are currently approved for? I know that we've got a $90,000 limit, I think, on total.
Yeah, so the $90,000 limit is the total of our facility currently approved through our banker, but the policy also provides for regular reviews of those limits and the cards issued at a minimum of 2 years when the policy is reviewed, but sets out 5 or 6 conditions when they need to be reviewed throughout the course of the 2 years.
When councillors incur expenses, we're generally reimbursed for those expenses, so we pay for them and then we submit a receipt and that type of thing. I note that the Mayor has a credit card with a $2,500 limit, I do believe. How is that reported and how is that, because for councillors, any expenses we incur, I do believe, go onto our register that is publicly available. Is that also the case with the Mayor?
Sorry, through the chair, I'm looking at our good friends in governance to my right here, if you want to comment.
All expenses, as far as I'm aware, all expenses are accounted for and reported, but taken on those
Publicly reported?
Should be publicly reported, but I can take on those and give a clear indication.
So just to be clear, Councillor Walker, are you talking the councillors'
Mayoral credit card?
Yeah, the credit card. There's an actual register, and pardon me for not remembering the exact name of it here, but there's one on the website.
There is one on the website, which is a council register of expenses incurred in It's a gift register, I suppose. That would be the correct thing. But is there a similar register for expenses incurred in the course of one's duty, including the mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I'll deflect to my good colleague at the back of the room, who I'm sure will know the answer to this given her governance background.
Thank you. The expenses are reported, some expenses are reported publicly in the annual report, but credit card statements are not usually disclosed publicly.
Okay, yep, no, that's fine. And I suppose then, you know, in terms of a policy, is it perhaps something that we should be looking at, I suppose, long term, whether the mayor, as another councillor, should have the same processes. If I was to incur expenses travelling or whatever it might be, I would seek reimbursement for those. So should it be the same, do you think, for all councillors to be in that position, or is it appropriate for the mayor to have a $2,500 credit card at their disposal?
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor Walker, and I'll try and answer that, and if I don't quite get it right, I'm sure the Acting Executive Leader of Connections and Livability with her governance background will back me up. It is a common practice for not all councils, but certainly some councils, more larger councils, to have a credit card for the mayor. That is at the discretion of council through the purpose of having a credit card policy. So by council approving this policy, it is council therefore approving the mayor and or all credit card holders, I should say, because there are 7 listed within the policy that you would be approving to have those cards, including the appropriate card limits. That said, not all councils have that approach. There are some councils that even take an approach that not just the mayor, for example, and or councillors, but even for staff, they do a reimbursement program also. Therefore, the staff member and or councillors would incur the expenses, for example, travel, and then fill out the appropriate reimbursement forms, then be refunded accordingly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm loath to question any policies in this meeting because I've already sort of dug my hole quite deep in that regard. But at the same time, I do think that there's room there for us to review at least that whole process. I do know there's a councillor around this table who has previously requested for his right to information and decision making the copies of credit card transactions. Thank you very much, and that is not publicly available. And I think that all of us can construe. There are situations where we incur expenses in the line of doing our job, but I think that's something that has to have good oversight, and I think that's partly what the audit panel will be doing. But it's also something in terms of governance that we have to educate ourselves and others in that process of what is appropriate and what is not. Generally, if these things are to be reimbursed, then it's a different matter because at every step of the way, not that we don't have this policy in here with the credit cards as well, but that every step of the way you do stop to think, well, I need a receipt and I need to justify this. If we're just casually having a meal with someone or a coffee with someone, it's not necessarily in the line of our job. We would have had that meal or we would have had that coffee anyway. It just so happens that we were having it with someone who's somehow associated with the work that we do. That's where it becomes a grey area, and that's the area that I'm most interested in, just having that clarity around that because we all want to be transparent and accountable in what we do. But having said all that, I shall be voting to support the policy.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. Just 3 questions from my perspective. The delineation at point 4 under 2.3.3, the Chief Executive Officer's credit card, I've always wondered if the sign-off and the authorisation are around the wrong way. So it says all statement reconciliations and credit limit top-ups for the CEO's credit card are reviewed by the Mayor and authorised by the Executive Leader. So I guess my question is around, the Mayor really has no comprehension of what is what in terms of the transactions. but would be able to obviously sign off on what the executive leader had acquitted against or reconciled against the necessary requirements. So that's my first question. My second question is around, and I hear what Councillor Walker is saying, I reckon there's just a simple kind of sharing or tabling of expenses that could be made available. An additional file for the Mayor's credit card that could be inspected on the internet, like the gifts register, rather than pulling it in. I would hate to see our staff who are representing council or the Mayor who's representing council needing to, go to Vietnam or go to Japan and spend their own money and then claim it back. I just don't, that doesn't sit well with me at all. But I think there's just some simple checks and balances as we continue to evolve. It's not a criticism, it's an observation while the policy is up for review. So, CEO, could you, if not already, contemplate that? And the third question is whether it seems to me in Councillor Pentridge's review of credit card transactions, which was illuminating in terms of some of the transactions, let's be clear, it says the policy is intended to apply to credit cards, not any other similar types of corporate or organisational purchasing card. And that's important, yet it seems to me that the large quantity of cards that were perhaps not in line with Table 1, where lots of transactions were occurring, sat outside that. So I guess my question is there currently, notwithstanding Table 1, are there still the very large quantity of organisational purchasing cards still in place? And are we looking at the checks and balances around them? So 3 questions, sorry.
Thank you through the Chair and Councillor Gibson. I'll try and get all of those correct. I will defer 3 in terms of debit cards, etc., to a good finance person at the end, because the debit card one is outside of my understanding. My apologies. In terms of credit cards, and I think it's important if I reiterate what I actually said at audit panel as well, which obviously Councillor Walker is a member of. I've come from an environment where there's a lot of transparency and appropriately around credit cards. My last organisation, I self-imposed credit card statements on the website on a monthly basis. When I say statements, it was a summary report that was put on the website for that transparency purposes. So I'm used to operating in that environment, certainly have no objections to it. I raised that at the audit committee. The will of the audit committee was certainly, well, let's, as a first step, let's make sure the audit committee has oversight over all of the statements and all of the summaries as they go through the audit committee, which I fully endorse, fully support. And it actually gives me greater comfort also. And I think it gives the executive leader of delivery and performance some additional comfort as well, because historically that role has been the sole person who does the checks and balances and signs off on credit cards. And I think that's a bit unfair to be putting all of that onus potentially on that one person across the transactions also. So I think the step taken by the audit committee proposed here is absolutely a great step. And the next step, I think, would come out of that, potentially even further recommendation to the audit committee would be what further reporting can be provided holistically over credit cards, because it's one of those areas that gets a lot of public attention for sometimes obvious reasons and sometimes bad reasons also, but we shouldn't fear that. We shouldn't fear actually disclosing what we're transacting, because we should be able to publicly justify what they are.
And what did you think
those
about
further questions?
Just that other question.
That's just coming to Senior Lead.
Yeah, thank you.
Just quickly on the first question, Councillor Gibson. Point 4 in 2.3.3 states in there that they are reviewed by the Mayor, not authorised. So this is just simply adding another person to review the transactions of a card holder. They'll then be authorised and then they'll be further reviewed again by the audit committee. With regards to question 3, there is a number of what we call purchase cards in the organisation that don't fall under this policy. The original template of this policy was to include those. As we were preparing this policy, it became apparent that the usage of the credit cards within this organisation and the usage of those purchase cards is quite different, and we couldn't use the same set of guidelines to monitor and control those. So the intention is that policy, which is also up for review, will be updated in line with this and go through the same process.
Further contributions? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you. Having spent a long time in the telecommunications industry where we had a corporate credit card, the conditions under which that was used was quite specific, and it was done for very good reasons, because the process to allow staff to have to spend their own money to then claim it back, actually, from memory, it was like $120 per process, and you might be doing it for a $6 coffee. And so the idea of them having a credit card, which they then flashed when they bought the $6 coffee and then had a receipt or otherwise with it, depending on the amounts, just saved the organisation literally millions of dollars, as a large organisation like Telstra was. It is similar to what I hope we do here. I do note that the policy, it's a bit of an interesting one, because, and I can understand why it's different to the purchasing policy, because there would be charges on it. Currently on the gift register online, all you see are often what are considered gifts, and it could be you going as mayor to a function and the $100 fee to eat or buy a ticket to that is shown on the gift register. If you were in fact to pay for that on your credit card, then it would no longer appear on the gift register unless someone would take it from the credit card statement and add it to the gift register. So
that's what we'll have Matt check too.
Yeah, so there probably needs to be, and I don't think we need to know every cup of coffee you have, but we seem to know to every event you go, because if you look on the gift register, it is shown there. And there probably needs to be some consideration of whether that is appropriate and whether that's meeting the needs of the organisation and the ratepayers. However, if you went to lots of events for one particular organisation, then they, who then might be given a council contract or otherwise, then they can perhaps look at the gift register and say perhaps there's a conflict of interest there. So it's really interesting when you get into the data on this, but having a policy and having a separate policy for the purchasing card is in fact a good idea, but again, it needs to have strong policy, strong checks and balances, so that it doesn't get abused. And I hope that anyone who gets one of those cards doesn't abuse it. But in my history at Telstra, there were some outstanding examples of where the process had failed dramatically and people had purchased amazing things on their purchasing card because the limit in such cases was actually over $100,000 in a single transaction. Interesting, well, I won't go into it because we're on air, but an interesting folklore that was passed around. So really important for us to have this. It's a good start. We probably need to figure out what needs to be in used card and when you don't, and when it goes on the gift register would be my only comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. And just some clarification from Acting Executive Leader Purchase.
Thank you. Just to note that I believe the governance team is getting ready to bring the councillors' expenses and resources policy back to council, and it could be as part of council's review of that policy that we can introduce some additional reporting or transparency in the process.
Thank you. A question, Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I love that. And ensuring that councillors are aware of the mechanisms that things can be paid for, which might further reduce the transparency. So we want, the objective should be full and complete transparent processing from a councillor perspective of those things, and I think that will be really welcomed.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Britton to close? No, all good. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got the appointment of CEO as Director of the Launceston Flood Authority at 20.6, with the recommendation being that we appoint Sam Johnson, Chief Executive Officer to the City of Launceston Flood Authority Director position until the 26th of March, which will be 2029. Moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Just as it stands, I think this was just forgotten about when you started. Thanks.
Councillor Harris.
Nothing further to add to that. Move on.
Further contributions, Councillor Walker?
Look, people aren't even standing when they talk now. I do believe that, that going to the meetings was not forgotten. Perhaps just the appointment at official.
Sure.
Important. So the functions and so forth of the Flood Authority continue.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pentridge?
Well, I don't agree. I think that not only did our CEO forget to go, but so did the Flood Authority as far as doing what they were supposed to be doing. And that's been my view for a long, long time. And one of the things that concerns me here is why the recommendation here was that that the other directors continue on, and that the fact that we're getting probably the first honest one on there, when are these other directors going to be looked at? When does that come up? Or is that a live appointment?
Okay, that's a question there for CEO around the members of the board and the panel and how that's assessed and curated.
Well, thank you through the Chair and Councillor Pentridge. The appointment terms, I'm not sure the exact expiry of the other directors on the Launceston Flood Authority. What I will say though, and I think I said this either at the last council meeting or at workshop recently around Launceston Flood Authority's report, is there was a discussion at the last LFA board meeting around the future of the Launceston Flood Authority and what that looks like in terms of its existence and its contribution. So I anticipate a broader conversation around its purpose that will come in the next few months.
In all fairness, Mr. CEO, goodness me, you've got a few things to do in the next few months. But anyway, looking forward to seeing it all happen. Best of luck, Cobber.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 20.7, we've got the MOU, provision of bikes to Tazpole. We've got the recommendation noting that it was a previous decision that was made by council, and we're offering the opportunity to authorise that now through this recommendation for the MOU with the CEO. Somebody to move? Councillor Pentridge, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge?
No, I'm happy enough. I'm trying to move.
Sure. Councillor Harris?
Just to speak briefly on it, the concept of having the police on bikes is a good one, and I'm not sure of the. We're really just trying to finalise the MOU, so I would ask a question of just how that is going and whether the police are supportive of it, because in the past, when we previously had police on bikes, the police didn't really have the mobile communications they currently have in their current cars, and they tended to have to always go back to the building, the base, if you like, to do necessary paperwork and stuff. 10 years further down the track, all that's now done on the laptop sitting in the front of the car, and as such, a bike may be more difficult for them to operate in that manner, although perhaps a tablet like what we're using today, except for Councillor Walker's, may well do the same thing. So I'm just curious to get some feedback from the CEO on how that MOU has been going.
Great, thank you.
Whoever's been negotiating.
CEO, just directing to Duncan.
After the council decision, I drafted up an MOU, provided to the local inspector, who's then sent it down to one of the officers in Hobart. So we've started a conversation. They've said they've got to go through their due diligence. That's going to take some time. So, yeah, we're just waiting for the feedback and we'll action it from there.
Thank you. Further contributions? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 2 against? Councillor Pentridge and Councillor Gibson, the motion is carried. What?
It doesn't need
No, it's not absolute. Just quorum.
I was going to call a point of order and just ask if we're going to be having a break in
Going into closed council, if we can get that far.
Our trouble is that we have vested interest in what is it?
Okay.
I don't know how we deal with that.
Well,
with a bare
I'm not,
minimum.
I don't think we need to leave the room. I just wanted to state at the start that I was a part of the group that wanted to go. So I don't think we can leave the room because we won't have enough people to be able to make any decisions. Happy to just carry on for a minute, but we will have a break going into close because it requires computers to change over and so forth, if that's appropriate, unless councillors would like a break now. Keep going just for a minute, okay? So we've got 20.8, the ALGA motions for the 25 General Assembly. Correspondence here is in the recommendation to be received from ALGA for that local government catch-up. Somebody to move? Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor Pentridge, Councillor Harris.
Thank you. So this is just the correspondence about the motions that have been put forward for those who will be attending the National General Assembly of Local Government in Canberra, which will take it must be a separate item for us as to who's going to be attending on that. Having attended once, it was a worthwhile experience and something that each councillor should have the opportunity to achieve, do during their 4-year term at least once.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge?
Well, I can't help but agree with Councillor comments he just made, but I think maybe we ought to, again, bring this up in one of the local workshops and appoint some of our younger councillors who hopefully will make a career of this and give them the opportunity to go, and hopefully they get as much out of it as Councillor Harris has.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Gibson, a question?
I certainly appreciate the notice there that no motions have been received yet. I mean, it does seem to me that we're doing lots of space in this national priorities needing local solutions arena. Is it the intent of any councillor, of course you don't need to declare your card, but is it the intent that we're going to be taking anything with us or promoting or championing or advocating anything that fits with that theme? Or I guess a rhetorical question is, should there be anything that we could, and I guess my question is, are there things at the Northern Tasmania Development Corporation level, the regional level, that perhaps we should be considering? I included in that.
Thank you. CEO?
Thank you. Through the Chair, Councillor Gibson. Last part, NTDC, I'm not aware of anything in particular that they are championing outside of their federal election priorities at this point in time. It really is, respectfully, a political question and position, noting that ALGA is obviously the advocacy body representing all of the councils around the country. My only suggestion would be looking at potential issues and or policy changes you're seeking to obtain that would have a broader reach and broader impact and not just specific to Launceston and or Tasmania specific, noting that ALGA is obviously a national association. So if there were policy positions that you are all seeking to achieve, local government sustainability, funding models and metrics, for example, they would absolutely probably be the right place to be taking those sorts of motions.
Councillor Harris?
Just a question though, before any motion could go to the ALGA, doesn't it have to go through council to be endorsed first? And as this is our last meeting before the 31st of March, even if we had a motion that we wanted to bring forward, such as federal government should spend 2% of their transport budget on active living infrastructure or something like that, then maybe we haven't got the opportunity now to do that.
CEO?
Thank you through the Chair and thank you, Councillor Harris. We did email councillors on 2 occasions seeking motions that we were offering to assist and draft. Should we have received any of those, they would have been included within this agenda item.
Further contributions? Nothing further to close? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Proposed amendment to sealed plan 62 Parklands Parade, so 20.9, with the recommendation being that the council, by absolute majority, rescinds its 17th of October 2024 decision made in respect to item 20.1 of the agenda at the council meeting on the 17th of October and requires that the statutory notice provided in accordance with that meeting on the 17th decision be withdrawn. Somebody to move? Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton had some questions before. We've got Duncan here to help us out too.
I do have some, well, perhaps those questions should be asked in the, here. I understand we're rescinding this today. It was my understanding that we would actually today also be figuring out a new way forward. That's obviously not going to happen. Can we get an update on when or what or how that will progress in the future?
So we're just working through a few things to be sure that we can proceed in another way. I'm hoping to have something to council on the 17th of April. If that's not the case, it would be the following one. But working hard on that to get it to a point where we can be comfortable to proceed as soon as we're able.
Not a problem. Thanks very much. Let's hope it is at the next meeting. And apart from that, yeah, obviously I don't think we have much choice to rescind it today. So, all good. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Harris?
I'll just start with a question. Are you able to tell us why the decision that we made on the 17th of October now needs to be rescinded?
Sure.
To give us some context of why we're perhaps undertaking this for anyone who may be listening at home still.
Yeah, at its simplest, the council proceeded in a way that wasn't properly supported by legislation. So that I came to the position that you had the power to do that. That was incorrect. We need to come back and rectify that. So I'm asking for it to, I'm recommending that it's rescinded, and then council can make future decisions if it wants to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was that, just to follow up on that, was that advice given to us by an outside expert law firm, or was it in fact just something that within the council's legal team they had decided this is a way forward?
Sorry, I'm just working out how to answer this. We need to be careful to maintain legal professional privilege. I'm very satisfied that we can't proceed with that 17th of October decision.
Thank you. What? And that's the answer that we've got. Further contributions? Anything to close? Councillor Britton?
No, thank you.
Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, strategy and innovation. 21.1, we've got the City of Launceston Annual Plan 24-25 progress against the plan for the actions of the period ending 31st of December 24. Recommendation is to receive and note the progress against the plan. Thank you, Rosanna, for joining us again after your meeting. We're still here and still going. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris, anything to note?
Only that this plan tells us where we got to the end of December, the end of Q2. Many items are shown at 50%, very few are shown as completed, and a couple aren't started. I am curious that we've done so many at 50%. And I just, yeah, I mean, it's good to get an update, but it's a very broad amount of reading and understanding what's there. But at the end of a long day, probably no one's really going to sit and pick it all apart. But it's disappointing that it is so late in the meeting that this is the time that we've got this to discuss. But nevertheless, I do appreciate the work of the council staff to keep us updated, and it is up to us as part of our role to take the effort to read the progress report and also understand it. But yes, it's just disappointing that it's late in the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I am really appreciating the way that we are transitioning to make this report mean something across the organisation. I've long felt that this is the bane of staff's existence in terms of just plugging in a few dot points that substantiate where we get to with a percentage score. I still question some of the scores. It's perplexing to me that, for example, the Sister City Strategic Review and alignment could quite possibly be sitting at 60%, given the very small things that have occurred strategically in that space, notwithstanding our hosting of a delegation. So I'm looking forward to the continual innovation that we've seen already in the development, that we see in the cover page, that the expanded comments are appreciated, but I want this to become something that the staff value in sharing their great work, which is strategically aligned with what the organisation is doing moving forward, rather than just esoteric dot points that talk to us about an artist who's doing a mural at the bike centre. Because that, to me, feels like we're just plugging gaps rather than actually moving forward with our strategies. That's up until December, and really appreciating that it's been overlapped by an incredible breadth of work, which is moving us further into that space, which is subsequent agenda items.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Pentridge.
Look, I'll try and make this short in that, and I was earlier on reprimanded by you, sir, for maybe making comments that I shouldn't. And I'm not about to apologise, because I think listening to Councillor Gibson here, there's not enough accountability to our staff. And there hasn't been for a long, long time. And we can't, I'm sure that our new CEO is going to be something he'll look at the next few months. But really, we need to start looking at a lot of this information and try and start making people accountable. Because I do think that we're being deliberately overloaded. I think there's a name for it, like whitewashing or whatever. But there's that much stuff thrown at us that there's no way you can go through it. And again, it's our role. We're failing in our duties because we haven't really. We would have to work on this role. We're trying to look and question things that people have got weeks to prepare, months. And we're supposed to be able to look at it when the agenda comes out and make sensible decisions. Now, I know I'm snowed under, and I've got staff helping me, but I think it's time we started looking at these things and holding the people that are doing the reports accountable.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. And there is a response that can be given by Rosanna.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your feedback. As we've spoken, we are in a transition phase at the moment. The intention is that we will be preparing a much more robust reporting, planning and reporting framework that will come into play beginning this coming financial year. The idea of that is to have that sense of accountability. One of the things that I've always sort of said to my staff previously is that you start the year with knowing what your report is going to say. So in other words, it's the planning at the beginning of the year that's the most critical, understanding what your targets are, what you're trying to hit, and specifically what you're trying to achieve. And so if you've designed at the front end your planning and reporting framework such that you've got clarity around what we're trying to do, then when it comes to the reporting, it's very specific reporting around did we actually achieve those very specific things that we said that we were going to do. And to your point, Councillor Pentridge, what that offers us is the opportunity to have a traffic light dashboard for you. So you can very quickly look down through the summary of the deliverables and say, look, all of these ones are green, they're on track, we've got confidence that those are delivering everything that they're supposed to be delivering. And here's these 5 that are red. And these are the ones where we need to dig into so that you're not having to get bogged down in those things that are travelling well, that you really are having that opportunity to pull apart the things that aren't maybe going well and query and question why those things aren't happening the way you want them to happen. It makes a much smaller target for you to have to dig into.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Walker?
Thank you very much, Chair. And yeah, I will not be accepting this report today. I note that there are numerous items in there that are at 50%. And look, and I understand that in a general sense that is saying that staff are working in these areas, that staff are proceeding I think and it is a quarterly report, and we're halfway through that process, and lo and behold, they're at 50%. Not all of them. And I'll just look to my areas of interest, and that is the Aboriginal Partnership Plan. I note that there's some recording there of a certain amount of staff training, some which wasn't carried out last year and is being engaged with this year. I don't think that is the meat in the sandwich when it comes to our Aboriginal Partnership Plan. I think there's far more to it than that. And the idea that it's 50% implemented, I have not seen the evidence of. Maybe that's true, but it's a comprehensive document. It involves an intricate response for us to engage with our Aboriginal community, and I haven't seen the evidence of that. Now, I might be wrong. Training our staff is an important part of that. I accept that. We have had a certain amount of council training when it comes to that as well in times gone by. But I suppose that's just an example. And when I look at the notes that go with some of the other areas, I'm not going to go through it because it's there listed. I just find that it's at the moment I accept that we're going through a transitional period, and this reporting has to be done. We've gone through a transitional period of people's roles, of CEOs, and staff having to backfill and all that sort of thing. So it hasn't been an easy time for council, and we have to be upfront and honest about that. So I don't suppose what I'm saying is meant to badly reflect on council staff, because I think, I think we have to do better somehow. At this stage, I will choose to abstain from accepting the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
No, thank you.
Okay, to the vote. All of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. Those abstaining, which is Councillor Walker. Just double checking it's not by absolute. So it's carried. Cool, thank you. CEO Network status report on council decisions. Received the report is the recommendation. Somebody to move. Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor Britton, anything to mention? Councillor Walker?
I must say that I don't know, have I seen this report before, that we're having now reports on
status
council decisions?
It's been there maybe the last 3 or 4.
It's good to see that they're listed and as read. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Harris with a question?
Just a question. We have a number of items that are completed, and once they've appeared on the report once or maybe twice as completed, are they planned to be removed, or is it just that some of them seem to go back some distance and it just seemed to clutter the report up, perhaps make it hard to see the wood for the trees?
Thank you, through the Chair. Thank you, Councillor Harris. This question came up at the last council meeting, and certainly, as we advised at the last council meeting, that we report on them completed at a council meeting. In fact, I think it might have been Councillor Gibson that raised this question previously, and a logical question. Once they've been reported to council as completed and accepted, then they are removed off of the register. So you can appreciate that this is still a bit of a working document, as we're still collating a bit of that history of motions to bring them before you. So to give you an example, if this was passed today, those that say completed won't appear in the agenda in 3 weeks' time, because we will have considered that we've reported to you as completed. That is now marked. So that way we don't have a rolling document of a number of motions and actions that have actually been completed, which would obviously confuse councillors and ultimately confuse the public also.
Councillor Gibson with a question?
It's not my business, and you can say it's operational. One of the things that I've appreciated over the last couple of terms is our end-of-term council report, which has been an innovation of this council to celebrate the things that have been achieved over the 4 years. Does this feed into that nicely without duplicating the work required?
Thank you, through the Chair. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. I fully agree, and it's a nice way of rounding out a term of council, yes, and certainly the work that is being done by the strategy and innovation team in terms of actually reforming the way in which we do performance reporting as an organisation will make that a lot easier and provide that greater accountability and transparency over our actions as an organisation. So yes.
Further contributions? Questions, queries, concerns? Okay, to the vote. Nothing to close. All in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, 0022.2, status report on notices of motion. To receive the statuses. Someone to move? Councillor Walker? Oh, with a question? Yep.
Yes, I did make a query about my motion, notice of motion that was accepted by this table around the greening of suburban and urban spaces last week because it was marked as completed. Now it's disappeared from the report altogether. So it's completed and dusted as far as I'm aware. I don't know if that is meant to happen, but nonetheless, I do not find it in the report. Oh, where is it?
We've got a response here available from Acting Executive Leader Purchase.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Yes, it is missing off that report because it was considered resolved prior to the discussion at workshop on Thursday. I went away from the discussion at the workshop and re-looked at your notice of motion and the response that have been provided, and I intend to resurrect it. I just didn't have a chance to do that before the agenda was published.
Thank you. So this hasn't been moved or seconded yet. Further questions? Further clarification? Somebody to move? Councillor Harris has moved. Councillor Pentridge has seconded. Comments, Councillor Harris?
Yes, interestingly, so it does seem like there has been a notice of motion that has been removed from the report that probably hasn't been completed. I think that's what we can take from our officer's comments there. I'm not quite sure how that could have been interpreted based on the fact that, from my memory, the notice said that we should be installing green spaces in Kings Meadows and Mowbray, briefly off the top of my head. But maybe the greening strategy was the answer, and so therefore semen has been removed. Nevertheless, it is very important that we do keep track of our motions and how they have progressed, because as we've seen with only today, Councillor Dawkins' motion about the child safety, 18 months process still not yet completed, and so there will be some motions that will be able to be moved, responded to and removed from this list. Others will take much longer. And I guess just looking at the first one on there that Councillor Dawkins had for traffic calming on Gorge Road, whilst it's still there, we had a response back in 21 or 22 that basically said we're not going to do anything, but yet we're still doing things in 2025. Because that motion had been placed, that might actually help it. And I guess that's the problem. You have a motion, you do an initial discovery or whatever to resolve that, but then it creates other flow-on works further down because they know that there was not able to be done then, but perhaps later it can be done. And I guess Councillor Walker's motion about the green spaces in the suburban areas could have fallen into that category as well. But anyway, I'm happy for us to at least note this report. Doesn't mean we have to agree with it or necessarily see that everything is in it, but just also very aware of the huge amount of paperwork and stuff to get on top of all this that is taken up by our staff. But it is very important to do so that things don't fall through the cracks, and that the motions that are still to be completed are there, or sometimes a motion simply can't be completed, then perhaps we need a way of resolving it that way as well so that we do complete it all.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge?
Look, I'm not going to use the fact that it's very late, but I think we're well overdue. I can appreciate our new administration, particularly our CEO, trying to introduce us to a new way of thinking and a more efficient way of dealing with things. But goodness me, we've got a long way to go because this isn't working. It hasn't been working, right? We seem to operate on excuses and reasons why things haven't been done. Well, I think it's got to stop. And if we're doing something wrong, then let's change it. But continuing to do what we're doing isn't working. So I think that should be recorded and noted. And if our staff haven't got the time to do the work, and I'm well aware, then let's cut back the work a bit. It seems to me we've got a machine in this organisation that keeps ploughing forward, but we can't turn around and clean up what we haven't fixed. So let's put a stop to it for a while. That suggestion, that's what most businesses do. So anyway, I'll leave it at that without saying too much more.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. And I'm happy to follow Councillor Pentridge. I want to say I think this is the best it's ever been. Like, in terms of the transparency, people are picking up notices of motion when nothing has happened and are trying to at least report on them to councillors so we know what on earth is happening. Like, for me, this is transparent, it's accountable, and it is necessary moving forward that we have a much harsher response to the idealism that each councillor has with regard to the notices of motion, because we cannot do the strategic work and all of these notices of motion at the moment as it is. This is as good as the transparency has ever been. It's gone backwards in an attempt to try and resurrect some of the things that we passionately believed in, to deliver on them, or at least bring them back to the table. I absolutely agree with Councillor Pentridge, but where I think the work needs to occur is that we've all got pet projects, we've all got passion points, and sometimes when the report comes back, we're not actually going to like the outcome that's been arrived at. And I have to say, Councillor Walker, I think maybe in terms of the urban greening, that's kind of where we got to. The thought was perhaps that it had been encapsulated into other parts of the strategic plan and in terms of the strategic directions of where we were going. That was resurrected through a informed contribution, and the comment has been that it will come back. But I think taking away from that specific example and speaking more generally, what I want to get to is I want to get to the level of robustness that when people put up a notice of motion, the officers hit back hard with the amount of work we've already got on. They hit back hard with regard to what is going to need to go so that we could accommodate this. Not that we won't enter into it, but that if you want to see this undertaken within your term of council, we're going to need to forego A, B and C, or bring in additional resource to be able to achieve it. So I definitely support the intent of what Councillor Pentridge is saying, but I want to say from my perspective, this is as good as it's been. I'm appreciative of you going back into the antiquities to find notices of motion that haven't been appropriately rounded out. It is noted, it's appreciated, and I think moving forward, this will set us up for success.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. And just some further clarification around that, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for comments, and Councillor Gibson also for positive comments on where we're at. If I may, Mayor, accordingly just offer some comments. I'm actually pleased by the debate that's taken place right now, because historically that's not occurred.
No.
From what I can observe respectfully here in this organisation, and it should occur, because what you're doing right now is exactly the things you are talking about, which is accountability, and the very things we're trying to implement through our reporting practices here through this particular report that has been adopted as well. What also is important to acknowledge in terms of the work that it gets delivered, and you've just looked at the annual plan in terms of why are things at 30% and 50% and 60%. And then if I add over that, Councillor Pentridge, your comments around if there's too much work, then stop putting work in. Just at this very meeting, you've added 2 more to this list. At this very meeting, you have asked the council staff to divert resources over the next 4 to 6 weeks to carry out 2 motions that have been moved. And I'm not saying the motions are good or bad, but you've added 2 more to this very list, which therefore means the staff now have to press the hold or the pause button on those very strategic things you've adopted. But at the same time, you've also criticised the staff by saying, why are you only at 30 or 50%? So I appreciate my harshness here, but please recognise the work and the decisions that happens around this table. And I commend you for having the debate and discussion around motions, because that is exactly what should occur. And if there isn't a motion on there that should be on there, that is absolutely your right and your time and your place to be sitting here saying, where is it? That is accountability in action. And I will support that every day of the week, as will the executive team, to make sure we do deliver, because fundamentally that is why we're here, is to make that delivery. So I want to make that nice and clear, because I already had some messages from staff who are a little bit frustrated. I think it's important we make that nice and clear that we're here to work together. We're here to hold each other accountable, us to you and you to us. And that is the only way we are going to achieve 100% of anything that gets put before this table.
Thank you, CEO. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
No, and I thank the CEO for his comments.
Thank you. Putting it to the vote then, all of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. Correspondence. These ones should be nice and quick too. Correspondence provided by the Honourable Rosemary Armitage from the Honourable Nick Duigan, MLC Minister for Parks, at 22.3. So the recommendation is to note the correspondence that's been sent to us dated the 28th of February regarding the land at 165 Westbury Road in Prospect. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is interesting. It was something that had been discussed as being once the Tasmanian TIA, Tasmanian Agriculture Institute or something, moved out to UTAS, that what we know as the prospect offices would probably be made available, and potentially that could be used for social housing or the affordable housing. However, this letter seems to indicate quite clearly that their plan does not include that at all, and that the Tasmanian Agricultural Precinct, whilst it might move out of the prospect offices building that we know of, they intend to in fact build new office accommodation on other land that they have at Prospect. So it is very interesting for us to note this and understand that that land up there that we may have thought could have become very valuable housing land will in fact stay under the state government at this stage, according to this letter. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton, anything further around the table? Anything, CEO, for clarification on this agenda item?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Harris. Also, just for members' benefit and moving forward in the next agenda, we will probably have just one summary report that highlights all the correspondence and just listing rather than report for each one. But again, to further improve some of the transparency measures, we think all correspondence of a political nature should be brought forward to Council's attention.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Harris, nothing further to close. Putting it to the vote then, all those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Similarly, the letter from the Premier around the state address in Parliament. Recommendation to receive, moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton?
No.
Councillor Harris? Anything further? To the vote? All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. Letter from the tennis, to note receive, Councillor Britton, Councillor Harris. Anything to contribute?
Received, thank you.
Ripper of an event, well done to have it back. Putting it to the vote, all those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, here we go. So some discussion around representation at ALGA. Recommendation is to approve those who have been listed here for the 24th to 27th in Canberra. Somebody to move?
I wish to remove my name from the list. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Okay, so with this recommendation then, I now put that recommendation forward with the removing of Councillor Walker's name. So that will become substantive. We don't need to do anything different to that. Okay, somebody to move. Councillor Walker has moved, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker?
As long as everyone listed there is happy with that.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge? Yep. Anything further around the table? A question, Councillor Gibson.
Just briefly, I notice it says the costs can be accommodated within existing travel and conference budget, so not the councillor's professional learning budget. I guess that was a question. It's not a big deal, but the other thing is I hope we can set the standard as we said and that we would do, and that was to report on professional learning, and I think there's no greater professional learning than going to an ALGA conference.
Great. Thank you. And just clarification, CEO, around the budgeting?
Thank you, through the chair. I'll have to take that on notice in the absence of the exec leader of delivery and performance. Sorry.
Okay. Putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Looking at the Hudson Club membership, this was talked through offline around the council not continuing to pay for the Hudson Club membership for councillors and their family members. Somebody to move. Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to say first and foremost that I truly believed until this point that these were Aurora UTAS Stadium memberships, and that was because they incorporated more than just the football. That was that the multi-use nature was encapsulated within the membership. So, I guess I never really fully appreciated that they were purchased. That was certainly never conveyed to councillors. In fact, the request for them always came from the stadium. And, you know, they incorporated attendance at A-League, they incorporated attendance at football, they incorporated attendance at other sports at the stadium. So I note the history that's contained here. I absolutely support the intent. Had I have known that this was the case previously, I would have supported it then. Certainly appreciated it always went on the gift register, but never fully understood the nature of the transaction. So I'll take that on for my own learning and support the motion as recommended, which I think is appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Britton? Anything further around the table? Councillor Pentridge?
Ask a question.
Yeah.
Our former mayor, are you telling me that someone's put it to us and we've paid for a membership of an organisation, but it's never come back to council and we don't know anything about it?
So just directing the questions through the chair.
Well, if that's was that what I heard? Well, as you all know, I have doubts about my hearing. Actually, I wonder why. But anyway, I do. But yeah, I don't. Someone's put it to us and we've paid a fee.
Previously, yes.
And we know nothing about it. How many of these do we do? And could I have the postal address so I can put a few in?
CEO, just around that transparency and consistency as we look through, and again, as we've just spoken about, the reporting systems, and I think that goes to your comment, Councillor Pentridge, around fresh eyes, fresh looking, finding things and bringing it to council.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Also, certainly the simplistic way to describe this is I received an invoice, I think even late last year, as outlined in the report, for renewal of the Hudson Club membership. When I actually asked what that meant and what that was for, obviously the details were forthcoming. The next natural question would be, what does that align to in terms of any official agreements, etc., that we have? We were not able to link that membership or the renewal of the membership to anything in particular. We've since been able to work out it's a long-standing historical arrangement that goes way, way back to when council was clearly operating York Park for itself and selling tickets in the stands and so forth. So it does appear to be one of these legacy items that has morphed on over a number of years. My position at the time was that I certainly was not prepared whether I had delegation or not to renew the membership without an agreement that supports it, particularly noting the personal benefit to councillors, but more so noting the personal benefit to councillors' direct family members or spouses in the instance of the Hudson Club membership. It was my intention to not renew and simply move on, but at the request of one councillor at a recent workshop, hence why the report is presented today.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Any further comments?
Okay, nothing to close?
Just
To close?
briefly,
Yeah.
I mean, for me, this is actually the first time it's referred to as a Hudson membership.
Yeah.
So I want to be really clear about this, that it's never been called a Hudson membership. It's always been called a stadium membership. It's always come at the invitation from our stadium managers, and the passes have always come from the stadium and been on a lanyard very often. That is the City of Launceston lanyard. Appreciate this. Expect that, as you said, over a period of time it has evolved. I expect at one point it would have been a pro forma invoice that came that showed the value of the partnership. Maybe eventually that turned into a full-on tax invoice, I'm not sure. But I think this is an appropriate way to go, and moving forward, is absolutely appropriate. And my word, the people who have taken advantage of my 2 cards in the past have had a good deal, haven't they? Because I certainly haven't been very often, but others have. So appreciate this coming before us, and appreciate the transparency.
Thank you. Putting it to the vote then, all of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We have an amended recommendation, but I will just read out the printed one here for 22.8 with the Sister City Relationships representation at Ikeda, Japan, 12th of May until the 17th of May. The printed recommendation is that Council notes the invitation from Mayor Tomotaku Takawazi and nominates councillors to represent the visit to Ikeda in Osaka as a sister city, as a formal delegation on representing City of Launceston. But I'll look to the chair of the Sister City Committee before we move anything.
I'd like to move an amended motion, and that is one, notes the invitation from Mayor Tomoko Takazawa, and also notes that the nomination of the councillors and to form the part of the delegation to visit Launceston's sister city, Ikeda, Osaka, will be discussed at a future workshop and returned to council for a decision at a later date.
Right. Seconded by Councillor Walker. Cool. So that's moved by Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Walker. Now, just before we get into anything further for speaking, just some clarification from the CEO around the report.
Thank you, through the chair. Just for members' benefit and apologies from myself, there appears to be an error in the report on a date. We've actually listed the last Ikeda visit taking place in 2012. It is actually 2017, so our apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Britton is the mover.
Thank you. Look, there's not really much else to say. I do think it's important that a delegation does return. They have come, obviously, earlier this year to us. It was the intent of the Sister Cities Committee to send a delegation over there. I just think that there are probably some questions and some final some finalising around the situation to do, that we can do a workshop, and hopefully next meeting we can get it all finalised and some dates set. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker. Okay. A question, Councillor Harris.
Just a question, because we're going to go through this workshop process, is it still possible to do it between the 11th and 17th of May?
Just in timelines, I would very much hope so, because I believe that Ikeda is planning their own council meetings and movements around those proposed dates. But CEO?
Thank you, through the chair. It would be our best advice at workshop next week, if there was a discussion on that, that would help us frame a report to come back ASAP. In the absence of that, it may be required for a special council meeting, just to ensure we can get the appropriate logistics organised. Noting flights, etc., can take quite a bit of time.
And they change in price too. Cool. Thank you. Anything further around the table? A question, Councillor Gibson?
I just think it would be really great, like previous delegations have incorporated members of the community, members of the business community, civic leaders, journalists from the Examiner. I just think it would be good for us to be able to fully kind of contemplate the why and the benefit. And so, I just think there should be a meeting of the committee where those things are discussed, brought to a workshop, so there's a strategy to hang it around. Some of the best delegations have incorporated students, educators, members of the public, former people who have been on homestay, business leaders, representative from Launceston Central, representative from the Chamber of Commerce. As I said, a journalist who documented it the whole way we went. I just think we need to think about the what we're trying to achieve with the relationship moving forward, and absolutely honour and respect the relationship through sending a council delegation, but could we try and expand our thinking a little to strategically kind of arrive at a place that actually derives some value to the community from our sister city relationship.
Yep.
So rather than a special council meeting, my advice is, my request is, could we have a special sister city committee meeting before our workshop next Thursday, where some of these things can be teased out?
Great, thank you. Cool. Oh, Councillor Pentridge?
Did I hear correctly? And I was saying it doesn't have to be just council staff or council going. We need to pick a worthy delegation. But obviously, some councillors will want to go. But that's what I'm hearing, isn't it? And I have to agree with you 100%. They're spot on.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Britton to close.
Just to say that I implore, and as the chair of the committee, I will make contact with all councillors to hopefully work on the recommendations that Councillor Gibson has just put forward. There's no doubt in my mind we do need to move fairly quickly on this, and we haven't moved probably quick enough. But if we can get a hurry on, I believe we can still come to an agreement at the next meeting, and potentially incorporate all of the brilliant ideas that have just been put forward by Councillor Gibson, and send a very successful delegation to ICADA later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to the vote then. All of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We do have some late items that have also been distributed to councillors at item 23. 23.1 is the acceptance of late urgent items. So we have to accept that we're going to talk about the submission to the Tasmanian Local Government Electoral Bill. So somebody to move that we're able to talk about that. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. We don't need to speak to this, do we? We'll just vote on this one. All those in favour to talk about it? Those against? No, we have to accept the late item first. Yeah, okay, so to accept the late item, that's all councillors present. Okay, the motion is carried. So we have to do that first because it's come in unpublished. So now we go to 23.2, which is the late item itself, which is the submission Tasmanian Government Local Government Electoral Bill, and this has come in late because of the timelines. And that recommendation is to approve the responses outlined in the table for that report prior to the 4th of April. So I've got Councillor Harris has moved, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris, would you like to speak to the late item?
Only that the late item reflects fairly well what we have previously discussed in either council workshops or hopefully some councillors might have made their own comments. But that helps those who go to the LGAT meeting to be able to vote accordingly to our wishes. Hence, that's why it's important that we accept this particular late item, I think. Just looking at the thing to make sure that's the case, that because it does include a submission to the Tasmanian Government Local Electoral Bill as well.
Not to be confused with LGAT.
No, in fact, not to be confused with LGAT, because that was underneath it, not
That's
put
okay.
up first. So this is, in fact, to the local government changes, and I do think that this reflects what I recall everyone having their say.
Cool, thank you. Anything, Councillor Britton, as the seconder? Okay, I've got Councillor Gibson, then Councillor Pentridge.
Thank you. This really further substantiates some of the recommendations we made post the last election. Appreciate the work, appreciate that it had to happen quite quickly and that there wasn't a lot of guts given from councillors individually. So appreciate that this will form part of our recommendation and also inform further conversations around the topic, which no doubt will continue to evolve.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Pentridge.
I was asking for some help here, but
Okay.
my understanding was that a lot of the things we recommended from this council, the largest council in the state, was ignored. Is that correct?
That was previous submissions. This is a response to the latest.
So we've got more weight behind what we're saying now, what they're listening to us this time, are they?
Oh, well, there's a new minister in place and coming from a very good local government background, and as you've spoken to Kerry, so we appreciate his forward thinking and his forward approach into asking us more questions opposed to just bringing out bills and telling us what they want to do without consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Nothing more.
Cool. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Okay, so we're going to move into closed council now, and we'll take a quick little break. Okay, so I just need to get the voting to move into closed council first to discuss the published matters in the agenda there. So somebody to move that we move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. We move into closed council, and as we do that, please stretch your legs and have a little break. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Sure. Yep. Is there anything here that's...
You'd be happy to know?
Absolute? Oh, if you've got to go, you've got to go. So... Yep, let me... CEO, Councillor Raze's got to go to the airport. No. But... So... Yeah, because we've even got... We don't have even simple because we need 6 and 1 regardless, don't we?
Correct.
No, simple's just half of what's here. It's only absolute, isn't it? Absolute's only 6 and 1, but the quorum is still 7. Yep. Sure. Ella's not still here for the video or anything, is she? Yeah, good. Oh, you can't help when it goes to 7 o'clock.
And it's going to be like this all the time, but I have emailed you and I said straight out.
Okay, councillors, we've moved out of closed council, so if somebody could please move the table that will be reflected in the published minutes as true and correct record. Thank you, Councillor Britton. Seconder, Councillor Pentridge. No further comments on the wording of the table. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. We close the meeting at 8:02 p.m. with the next meeting to be held here in 3 weeks at Town Hall. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Sorry.